What up guys, welcome to another build. Today we are going to be building a Twitter or X clone with SvelteKit and Firebase. In this video, I'm going to show you how to use SvelteKit and Firebase seamlessly to build apps for your portfolio. We are going to be handling functionalities like the ability for a user to add a post, a user to like a post, and a user to comment on a post. We are also going to be looking at server-side authentication and authorization with Firebase Admin and protected routes with SvelteKit. We are going to be taking a deep dive into slots and see how they can help us make reusable components in Svelte, server-side rendering in SvelteKit, and how to add real-time data with Firebase Firestore. So let's jump right into the text out for today's build. First of all, we're going to be using Svelte. So if you want to learn about the world's most loved UI library, then this video is for you. We're also going to be using SvelteKit, which is the official framework of Svelte that gives us added functionalities like routing, SSR, SSG, MPA, and all that good stuff. For the styling, we're going to be using Tailwind CSS. So if you haven't used Tailwind or haven't used it in SvelteKit before, I'm going to show you how to, so you can make beautiful and responsive design with it. And last but not the least, our backend is going to be powered by the almighty Firebase. We are going to be using authentication functionalities, Firestore for our database, and storage to store all our media files like our images. And as I said earlier, Firebase Admin as well, so I can show you how to do server-side authentication and protected routes with Firebase and SvelteKit. SvelteKit and Firebase seem like a match made in heaven, I'm telling you. And in this video, you will learn how to bring these beautiful technologies together to build wonderful apps. So without further ado, let's get started with today's build. If you enjoyed this video, make sure to like, subscribe, and comment to let me know that you would love to see more of these types of video in the future. My name is Lawal, and let's get started. First off, let's have a demo of the application. So as you can see, we have the huge X logo, and right beneath it is the login with Google. So we'll click on this. Now this is powered by Firebase, and it's very easy to implement. We have the pop-up right here, and we just wait. I'll choose this account here, this one with the image. It loads, we give it time, and this is going to do server-side authentication for us. So just give it a little time. It will authorize us, and then it will send us bam to the home page. So as you can see, now we are in the home page, and there is no tweet, no data, nothing. If you look right here on your bottom left, you see our details. I have Adibola Lawal, and I have my email account, my email right here. I also have my avatar showing here, and you have no data now because there is no data in this application at all. It's completely empty. I can add a tweet. I can say first tweet great, and I can post, give it some time, and now we have one added tweet from Adibola Lawal, first tweet great. And we can also add a tweet with an image. So I can say, I can just pick an image first. So you just have to click on the first icon. We don't have an image preview. I would show you how to do the image preview, but we don't have an image preview for this part. So I'll click on that. I'll go to my pictures, and I'll click on this image here, and I'll say we got to 10,000 views, hooray, and that's now some exclamation mark, and then I'll click on post. This will take a bit more time because it wants to upload the image, but it would upload the image. It's going to pop down, and we should see right here the image shows with the tweet, and I can click on this tweet, and I will actually see the details of the tweet, and I can see comments if there were any comments. And one nice thing we can do is we can like this tweet. And one functionality we added here is something called optimistic update, meaning that it feels real time, but it's not actually real time. So when I click on this love or like button, bam, you can see that's almost instant, but it's not actually real time data. It's actually just a usual data request, but we use optimistic update to make the user feel like it was real time, and if there was like any error, it actually would send it back through an error, show a notification telling the user that there was an error, and it will unlike the tweet. But as you can see, this tweet is liked, and I can actually write comment. I can say this is my first comment, and I can post. Now the comment is actually real time, so the comment is real time. There is no optimistic update here. If I click on comment, you will see it's going to go immediately. Bam. Let's check this out. Bam, it goes immediately. It's clean, it's very smooth. We have the comments added, we have the user avatar and the user that made the comments. So I can go back to my home page, and you see that this tweet has one like added here, but this tweet doesn't have any like here. So I can click on this tweet, I can like this optimistic update, it goes immediately, and I can come out to my home page, and you see that this tweet now has one like as well. And I can also come back. If I come to this one, you see that this one doesn't have any comments, no comments here. I can come to this one. This one has a comment, so as you can see, we only keep the comments for the particular tweets. I can go to the home page, give this one its own first comment. I can say this is a comment, and comments real time. Bam, goes immediately. I can add more, like it just goes immediately, real time data. I can go back. This one just has only one, while this one has multiple. So, and we're also building this application with Shad-cn Svelte. I forgot to say that in the intro. Functionalities like this modal, I'll show you how to add a modal like this with Shad-cn Svelte. So this modal is going to be very similar to what this one does, but just in the modal form. And this app is completely responsive. So if I just open my dev tools now, you see that I can reduce the screen size and it stays responsive. If I increase the screen size, it's also responsive. And last but not the least, we can log out. Right here we have the logout button. I can just click on this and it will log us out. We won't be able to log in back. So if I click on log out, you see it logs us out, and if I try to go back to that page without logging in, it simply kicks me back to the login page without flashing any screen, nothing. So these are all the things we're going to learn. Let's get started. Let's begin with installing SvelteKit and adding all other packages we'll be using for this build, so we can start actually building it. So right now I'm in the SvelteKit website. So what I want you to do is come to this website and scroll down to this part. You see the command you have to run to create a SvelteKit application. So I'll just copy this. I will open VS Code right here, and then I'll paste that command. But the difference here is since I'm using PNPM, I'll just change this to PNPM, and then I'll change the name to Twitter clone, like that. And I'll click enter. So it's going to load and it's going to prompt me. So it says, welcome to SvelteKit. Which Svelte app template do we want to use? So we're going to use the arrow keys up and down to move and select the one we want. So I'm going to go for the skeleton project. I'll click enter, and it says add type checking with TypeScript. We'll go to yes, click enter, select additional options, and then we use our arrow key to go up and down, and then we use our spacebar to select the ones we want. The ones I'm going to be selecting would be the ESLint and the Prettier. Then enter. And now it's giving us the next step, saying cd to Twitter clone. So I'll just cd to Twitter clone, and then pnpm install. For shorthand is I, so you can just use pnpm I or npm I or yarn add, and then enter. We'll wait for that to install all the dependencies. Now it has installed all the dependencies successfully. I'm going to go ahead and install Tailwind CSS. So if I come here to the install Tailwind CSS with SvelteKit, you can see it gives us a guide. We're just going to come to this place, copy this first one here, go back to our terminal, enter, and then use pnpm and change this install to add. So add, and again, if you are using npm, you can just leave it as it and just click enter. And I'll go back and I'll copy this part as well, because this is what will create our Tailwind config file for us. Go back to my editor, wait for it to completely install. It has completely installed Tailwind, CSS and auto prefixer, and then I'll Control V, that command we copied, and put that there as well. So it's going to create the post CSS config and the Tailwind CSS config file as well. Before we continue, what I just want to do is move this logo, this X logo we have here, move it to the statics folder. And because I don't like the way this is being nested, like we have tutorials here and then we have Twitter clone right under, I can just come to my menu here, go to open folder. I want to open that Twitter clone as the root folder, so I'll go to this tutorial, click on the Twitter clone and select folder, and it will open it for us as the root folder. Now we have it this way. Now I can open my terminal with the shortcut Control J. I believe the equivalent for that on Mac would be Command J. So yeah, I'll just close this and I would wait for the terminal to run, and I can just run pnpm dev again, for npm to be npm run dev, or for yarn to be yarn dev, and I'll click on enter. Now this should start our dev server for us. Let's just give it a minute, and bam, it's ready. I can just refresh this, and now we see welcome to SvelteKit. Visit git.svelte.dev to read the documentation. If I go to this src and then to this route and then to this plus page.svelte file, you see that's the exact same thing we saw there, which is welcome to SvelteKit, visit blah blah blah. So before we actually start building, we need to install one more package, which is Shad-cn Svelte. Remember I said we are using Shad-cn Svelte. It powers a couple of things on the application. So I want you to come to this installation page and just follow the steps given. So what we are going to do is just npx Shad-cn Svelte at latest init. I'll copy that, open my terminal again. This time I'll come to this plus icon here, click on it to open a different terminal, because this one is already in use, it's busy. I can open this one and I'll paste that command there and click enter. I see it's asking us, running this command will install dependencies on a variety of existing tailwind.config.js and app.postcss files. Proceed yes, and we'll just write y, and it proceeds. Default or New York, we'll go for New York. We'll go for slates. Where is your global CSS file? We actually haven't created a global CSS file yet. So let's create one CSS file. So I want you to come to the src folder and then create a file in the src folder called app.css. So now we'll come here and we'll now say it's in src/app.css. And is that where it is? It's in tailwind.config.js, not CJS. So we just click tab and then we'll remove the C part and enter. We'll click enter for that. So click enter for that as well. Proceed yes. Now, as you can see, it's added some few things for us in our CSS file here. It's added these base directives for us, and then it's also added some CSS variables as well. So now that we are done with that, we're going to actually install or add the components from Shad-cn Svelte that we'll be using. We're using a few components. So what I want you to do is to go back to the Shad-cn Svelte website, click on any component. I'm going to click on the button, and then you can see we have the preview and all of that, but we have this installation guide. I'm going to copy this installation guide and I'm going to go back to my terminal, the second one. I'll paste it here, but then I'll remove this button part. The reason why I'll remove this button part is because I want it to prompt me to install all of the components that I'm going to be using. So if I was just installing one package or one component, yes, I can just add the button, but since I'm installing multiple, like I'm installing the button, I'm installing the modal, I'm installing the avatar, I'm installing a couple, so we can just leave it like this, add, and then it will give us a list of all the components available in Shad-cn Svelte, and we can just easily add all of them and install them at the same time. So I'll click on enter now. You'll see that So as you can see, it's asking us which components would you like to add. Now we can choose the ones. We'll be using the avatar, we'll be using the button, and we'll be using the dialog. That's all. We click on enter and we'll click yes. So now it's installing the avatar. It's going to install all of the components and would see them reflect on our folder. So now it's done. What I want you to do is to go to your folder, go to your lib folder. You will see now we have this components folder. Click it. Inside this components folder, we'll have this UI folder, and inside the UI folder, you'll see all of the components we just installed from Shad-cn Svelte. So you see the avatar, you see the button, and you also see the dialog. Now these are not like some component library like Material UI that brings up the whole thing and puts it in your application, making it bloated. This only gives us the ones we want, and it just gives them to us in the file that we can very much modify by ourselves, which is just the one thing that I love about this Shad-cn UI. And now we can actually begin building the application. So let's get rid of this terminal. It's only this one we want running. We'll close that. We'll go to our routes and then we'll go to our plus page.svelte. Now when we open this, you'll see that the Tailwind base styles have not been added. If you've used Tailwind before, you know that by now, since we've installed Tailwind and we've added all the directives, the base styles should reflect. The reason why the base styles aren't reflecting is because we haven't actually imported this CSS file to our application. So we are not going to import it inside this plus page.svelte. We're going to import it in another file called plus layout.svelte. So what this layout file does is basically does what the name says. It's a layout for the application. If you put it in the root route, like right here, it's going to persist in all pages. So on every single page, the UI in this file would show. So let me remove this right now, Control B or Command B for that shortcut. And then if I open this browser, you see that nothing is showing here, and that's because of this layout has taken precedence over that plus page.svelte file, and Svelte doesn't know what to do now because we don't have anything in this layout file. So in order to allow that page to show and every other page to also show, we will just add a slot. That's the way we tell Svelte that we want this to output something. And now this layout actually outputs what this page has. So meaning that that layout is actually wrapping this page and is wrapping every other page in our application. Now if you actually got that gist, you understand that now I can actually put UI above here. Like I can say something like header, and I can say this is the header, and it will actually show on this page and to show on every other page in the application. And that's mainly because of this is the root layout file. I'll get rid of this, and now we can start building things. Okay. Scripts, and I'll say language ts to specify that this is a TypeScript script tag, and then I'll import our styles, our CSS file here. So this is where it's located. Nope. Yeah. And I say app.css like that, and bam, like that. Now we have all the base styles now working. As you can see, there is no difference between an H1 and a P tag, and there's no difference between a P tag and a anchor tag as well. So that's how Tailwind works. Now we know that Tailwind is actually being added to our application. So now let's check how this app is actually going to look. So if you remembered from the demo, there was a sidebar, and the sidebar was where we have the home page, the explore icon, the logout button, and the post button, all those things. And then in the middle, in the center, was where we had the twist showing, and then on the right side we had another kind of bar where we were seeing the trendy and the things that the hashtags that were trending and all that kind of stuff. So the way I'm going to show it here is I'm just going to, first of all, would have like a div, which is like the parent container of the whole application. And here we'll have sidebar, which I'll just comment out. And then after the main page or the main output, we'll have we'll call this right side, just like this. So this is how the app is actually going to look. So first of all, we're going to start building the sidebar. So go to the libs folder. Inside the components folder, create a file called sidebar.svelte, and we write this is the sidebar. Then we'll actually import it right here so that we can actually see what we are doing there. And just like that, we can see this is the sidebar showing here. So we'll get rid of this. Before we start building the sidebar, let's add some styles to this parent container. So class, and then one is to be a flex container, so we'll say flex. And then we'll give this a border, a width full, because one is to take the whole thing. But we also want to give this a maximum width. That means we don't actually want it to just take the whole screen. We want a maximum width which it can go, and that maximum width is going to be 6XL, meaning 1152 pixels. So now it's actually going to be large, but it's not going to be really large. So if I make this border color red, if I said border red 600, you'll actually see where it stops. So it starts from here and it stops right here. So the next thing I want to do is I want to bring this to the middle, so there's an equal amount of space on the left and the right. So we can simply and easily do that with MX auto. That's we're saying a margin left and right should be automatically calculated by the browser, and now you can see there is a space on the left, space on the right, like that, and it's responsive. So as the browser gets smaller, it's just the space just calculates by itself, and it cramps, and then it starts to reduce gradually. So as you can see now, there is no space anymore because the browser has gone really small. It has gone smaller than the maximum width that we gave to this container. So let's get rid of this border that we have here, this color. Now again, if you can recall, on the demo we had it on a dark mode, so it was default on the dark mode. We didn't have a light mode. We can easily do that with Shad-cn and Svelte by just going to the app.html right here. You see this HTML tag here, and to go here, give it a class and give it a class of dark. As soon as you give it the class of dark, save your page, you will see it reflect on the browser dark mode, and everything is going to be so smooth, so sweet. So let's just check this out. DARK, and just like that, refresh that, bam, dark mode. You can see the text becomes white, and that's because of in our CSS file we have all these variables set. As you can see, we have the root variable, and then we have this dark one here. And then if I go to my Tailwind file, config file, you can see dark mode has been set to the class, and you can see other things that has been set by Shad-cn and Svelte for us. Go back to the CSS file, you'll see that right here on the body we have this apply BG background and text foreground, and the BG background and the text foreground is going to be different depending on whether we have this class of dark. That's just how easy it is for us to get dark mode when we use something like Shad-cn and Svelte and Tailwind CSS. So let's go back to our sidebar component and we'll start building the sidebar. Just get rid of that. We'll have a div, and inside this div we'll have another div, and inside this second div we'll have an a tag. So the a tag is basically going to be the button. So inside this a tag we'll have something like home, which is right here. Let's also get rid of that content here. We don't actually need to see that now, so we just only need to see this. Reduce this a little bit there. Now we can see it well. So what we also need to add here is an icon, and since we're using Shad-cn Svelte, we have an icon already added for us, which is called Radix icon Svelte. I personally don't think this icon package is a good one. It's okay, but it doesn't have a lot of icons that I wanted for this project. But since we already have this already, I don't want to install another icon and just make this app bloated than necessary. So we'll just use that. So we'll try to get the home icon from it, but having the auto import, we'll have to do that by ourselves. So we'll say script language ts, and then would import just an empty something, and then we'll say from Radix icon Svelte. Now if I control spacebar that, we should see this one here, and it should import. We can refresh this, and we're having an error, and now it works. So if it gives you an error, all you have to do is just restart your dev server and it would work. So let's begin by adding some styles to this application, to this component. So we're going to go to the root div. I'm going to give this root div a class. We'll say px3. Now px and Tailwind is basically padding left and right. So we're saying a padding left and right of 12 pixels. So padding left 12 pixels, padding right 12 pixels. So now we'll now say md flex 0.2 like this inside this square bracket. Now what this means is medium, from medium screens to large screens. From medium screens to large screens, we want to give this a flex grow and flex shrink of 0.2. So that means this component, which is actually a flex child, if you remember the layout, we place this sidebar in a flex container, so this becomes a flex child. Now I'm saying that we want this to take 20% of the allocated space if it's on the medium to the large screen. So that's basically what that is saying. So when you see something like this, you just see we are just thinking about screen sizes and thinking about responsiveness. So we'll do something very similar again. We'll say md px2. So now I'm saying on the phone screens, all the small screens, we want it to be px3, but from the medium screens like on tablets to large screens like a desktop computer and all that stuff, we want the padding to be px2. So that's how we can do responsive designs in Tailwind as easy as that. What I want to add now is a border, about the border, and since this is a flex child, it doesn't actually stop us from making this a flex container itself. So we can just add flex here, make this a flex container, and now since it's a flex container, we can say justify between, and then flex column, because of by default Flexbox does flex row and now wants to be flex column. And I actually want this to be sticky so that when I scroll up and down on my tweets, it actually stays in one spot. So I'll say sticky, and then I'll say z index of 10, top of 0, left of 0, like so. Now I'll come to the second div, and I'll give the second div class as well. The only class we're going to be applying to this one is just a margin top of 10. That's 40 pixels because I just wanted to drop down. As you can see, it actually came down. And now we'll focus on the button itself, the A tag. We'll come to the A tag, we'll give it a class, and we'll start adding Tailwind classes to it. The first one we want to do is give it the flex. You know we love flex. Flex makes our life easier, so we always use it. And yeah, I want to give this a gap. So now you can see when we said flex, they actually came in a row. So I want to give this a gap. I'll give this a gap of 22 pixels. So now they will actually have space between each other like that. And now I would say when we over it, I want this color to change. So I can say over BG white, and then opacity 10. So That means it's going to be really opaque. It's going to be having an opacity of 0.1. It's going to be pretty opaque. So now when I over it, you see a little something show. It's not actually that visible, but let's keep on going. So now that we've added that, we want to have a padding all around. So padding up, bottom, left, and right. We'll say P3. That's, remember, 12 pixels. And if you want to know the way this Tailwind works, just multiply by 4. So P1 is 4 pixels, P2 is 8 pixels, P3 12 pixels, and go like that. So that's how it works. Now that we've added that, we also want to give this a width of feet so that it doesn't stretch too much. And then we'll say rounded full, so that's that rounded thing. So maybe over it, you can see it's pretty rounded like that. So I'll come to the home page. I also want to have this icon, I mean the home icon, some styles. So we'll say width 7 and then height 7, and remember 7 times 4 28. That's how we, so width 28 pixels, height 28 pixels, and it's pretty standard. I'll come to the p tag itself where we have the title home. Give this a class as well, and we'll say one makes it a bit larger, so we'll say text LG. After that, we'll capitalize because we want this to be capitalized as well. On small screens, we want this to be hidden, but on medium to large screens, we want it to show. So we'll say inline block, and padding right of 20 pixels, so PR5. So now we are actually on a smaller screen because you say I reduce my browser, the text doesn't show. But if I increase the browser, you see the text shows, just like that. Now that we actually have this the way we want it to be, we can actually start just copy this and paste this a couple of times and just change the values. But we won't do it like that. We'll actually create an array and then we'll iterate over that array, and we would display it or render them in the sidebar. So we're going to create our script tag. We'll go to the script tag here and we'll create an array called sidebar options. It's going to be an array of objects, so we put the object here, and the first thing here would be icon. So put home here, HOME, H with a capital letter, and we have this home here, so we can just put that. We give this a title, TLE, the title of home as well, so it's going to be in a string. And the last one would be the href, which is the path, and then we'll just give this the root, and I used equals to here, sorry. So we can copy this a couple of times and just paste it and change the values here. So the keys will remain the same, just the values will change. So here is going to be the explore page, so we'll change the title to explorer, and the icon will go from home to magnifying glass, so that should be auto imported from all these icons felt like that there. And third one is going to be notification. And the icon I'm using for this is the bell icon. The fourth one is going to be messages. The icon I'm using for this is the envelope closed. So just copy this a few more times. The fifth one is the list, and the icon that I found that best suited this particular one was the reader icon. So we can't actually see anything showing now, but let's just keep on going. And the sixth one, we'll just change this here to communities. Just leave the icon like that, so you don't actually need to add more icons there. and would remove all this extra one we added here. We only need one. Oh, damn it. We only need one like that. And now we have this. We can just refresh this. This should work. Now I'll take this sidebar options, which is an array. Come inside this div tag here, and then I want to again iterate over this array and render the values. So the way we do that and the way we do loop over an array in Svelte is by using the each block. So curly braces and then hashtag. You can see this little prompt for us. We have the each here, and I can click on this each and it brings everything now. The reason why that works is because I have an extension here and it's called, so this one here that says Svelte for VS Code. So you just install this and you will have some pretty neat things like you can create files, create routes and other cool stuff. So, and you also get these snippets as well. So we can say ish, that'll be sidebar options. So you can just say sidebar options as, and then we can destructure this and bring out the values from sidebar options. So we have href, we have icon, and then we have title. We will just pop this one inside the ish block, and it will render it the amount of times we actually have the amount of values in the array. So we have 1 2 3 4 5 6 objects in this array, so we should have 1 2 3 4 5 6 like so. So this is icon, not icons. So we'll begin by adding this href. So we can actually do this like this and say href, but because of this is Svelte and it not follow the regular average JavaScript developers rules, we can do this just like that and it will still work. So that's a nice thing there. And the reason why it works, let me explain. Let me not just move along. The reason why it works is because they have the same name. So if the attributes and the key name weren't the same, it won't work. So they have to be the same. And then I can move here to this title place and I can change this title to the one we are getting from the array. So title for titles. Refresh that. And we do not see any titles here. That's because we're on the smaller screen, and when we go to the larger screens you can see that the titles are different. We have home, we have explore, we have notification, message list, communities, and also we can also change the title, the icon as well. And how we change the icon is not just by coming and doing something like icon. No, we have a helpful special Svelte component that actually helps us dynamically render Svelte component. So you can just bring it up here saying open your tag on Svelte column and then component, close that like so. Then we can come right here and see this. So now this just as this is where we'll put the component that we want to dynamically render, which is this icon. Copy this and I'll paste this right inside there. And now that should dynamically render these icons for us. Now you can see we actually having two showing. I can move the classes of this one here to inside this dynamically rendered component, and I can remove this one away. And now it dynamically renders this icon. So we have the we have the explore, notification, message list, communities. So we are going to continue down. So enter this div right here. What we want to put here is a button. So that button that you see that says post, that we click and then the modal comes up and we can make a post from that modal. So since we installed the button component from Shad-cn Svelte, we'll be using that. So open capital letter B and then go to auto import from there. So as you can see, it auto imports for me. It might not auto import for you. If it doesn't, you can just manually import it like a caveman. So I can actually put in something like say this is a button, and it would reflect right here. But now you notice that the style is not the same. This what we are seeing a white background, and it's not rounded enough the way we want it. So what we can do is go to the CSS file that we have all of these variables, and we can actually modify these to fit our themes and our needs. So where we want to focus on is the dark class and the variables here. So we want to focus on the primary variable and the primary foreground as well. So we'll just change those colors and we'll see it reflect on in our button. So first of all, we can actually just change the radius all around. So now it's going to be a lot more rounded. As you can see now, it has taken shape. So we can come to the primary and we can start to changing this primary. So we can see from 210 we want to give this 204, and then instead of 40% to say 79, and then here we'll say 47. So this would give the background very similar to the one that Twitter has, and then we'll come to the foreground and then we'll change this here to 210. We'll change this 47.4% to 20%, and the last one to 98%. That's going to be like white, a lot lighter, and just like that we've modified it. We can go back to our sidebar. So for this button we want to give it some classes. So say class, and the first class we're going to give this will just say MD PY6 and MD with full, and inside the button this would have like an icon, a pencil, PNCIL, a pencil, one icon, and this pencil will have classes as well. So it would say MD margin right 8, that's MR2, and then H4 and width 4 as well. And for this text here, we'll just put this in a span, and in that span we'll put this one here, give this a class, we'll say hidden, and then MD would give this inline. So as you can see, it takes shape, it really looks very nice. And when I increase this, we see this is a button, and we can just change this is a button to post like this. Now when we increase, we see posts, and when we reduce the size, we see this little pencil icon. So right under the button we can start to create like the avatar, that little part where we saw our name and our email address, and the avatar as well. So you can see div. This div would have some classes. What am I pressing? Class, and the first thing is flex. You guessed it. I'll give this a gap too, and because we want them to be centered, we'll say item center, justify center as well. Now in here, we're going to start importing the icon, the avatar, but the avatar really doesn't import automatically. So what you're going to have to do is basically write this import asterisk as avatar from, and then you put in the path, which is $lib/components/UI/avatar, and make sure that your component ends with an S, because that was a little source of issue for me as well. So now we'll come back inside that div, and in that div we'll just avatar.root first of all. And inside the avatar.root we'll put the avatar.image, and this avatar.image will have the src. So the only image we have right now is the X logo dot svg, and inside this avatar.image, we just want like a fallback. So if there was no image, you can use the fallback. We'll say avatar.fallback, and this fallback will basically be a text. We'll just say us to like say user, but since we do have an avatar, it doesn't fall back. But if we didn't have an avatar, if we didn't have a source, it should fall back to the text. So I don't know why it's not showing, but it usually should fall back to the text. But let's keep on going. We can also give this an alt and just say user like so. So right after the avatar.root, we'll have a div. This div would have a class. This class will have an hidden style. That means on the mobile screen we don't want to show this, and then from the medium tablet screens to the large screens like the desktop, we want to show this. We can say inline block, and inside this div would have a p tag. This p tag would have some classes. So the first class we'll add will be of font medium, because we want this to be a font width 500, and then we'll say capitalize, and I can add my name inside here now. You can see Lawal Adebola, and you can actually see it now because of it's on a smaller screen. But if I increase my screen width, you'll see Lawal Adebola right there. And we'll also have another p tag, so I can just duplicate that, but this will not have all these styles. It will just have a text gray of 800, and in here would be our email. So I just pop in my email like so. So now when I check my browser and full screen, we can see our name and we can see our email address as well. So the finishing touch, the sidebar that I'm going to add is just coming to the very root parent and then just say height of screen, because we want this to take the whole screen. And as you can see now, it takes the whole screen. The informations are right here in the bottom, the post is right here in somehow centered here and all that. And to make it look more realistic, we can just add more something as well. We just add 2 more, and now it looks more realistic. And we can also change the names of those ones as well, so they look better. So now we can change this one to premium, change this to logout. We'll also undo the logout very soon, or we can change it to logout, and we can just say tick arrow left for the icon for the logout, and the href for the logout will just be the login page like so. But the functionalities of logging out, we'll undo that later on. So right now we are done with the sidebar, and we can move on to the right side. So we want to undo that right side, and then we'll come to the main course, which should be the page itself. So now we'll create a new component called right side. I couldn't think of any better name. If you can't think of any better name, use the name you thought of. I'm terrible at naming, so I'll just say right side dot svelte. I like beginning my component with capital letter, just about that bit I brought from React, but you don't actually have to start it with capital letter. So you can click on enter like so, and just put in this like this, and now we can start writing code. So for the right side to show, we need to go to the layout and come down here and just put right side and import that. It's taking a bit of time. Bam, it's imported. We can go back. The first class we'll add here will be px of 5, and then we'll say flex 0.6, say hidden, and then on medium to large screen we'll say inline block. I want to also give this a border, BORDER, a PY2 and space Y4. So that will be for the parent div. And next thing we want to do here is a search bar. So we're going to create a search bar component because I like to create search bar components. So to come here, it's not like we're actually reusing it, but I feel like that's a better way of doing things. And I'll create a file called search bar. Search bar. How do you spell search bars again? I'm kidding. Search bar.svelte svelte. And we can actually do sfc, which is just a little I believe we call it, is it M8 that I created myself. And right here I can start with the parent div, and I can say rounded MD. The height should be fit, it should be flexed, also item center, px2 and bg gray 800. We can go back to the right side and we can just import search bar so that we can actually see what we are doing. Go back to search bar, and now inside search bar, inside the div here, I want to have an icon. The icon we're going to have here will be the you guessed it, the magnifying glass. Give this magnifying glass icon some classes. We'll say h5 and then width 5. I also want to add an input here. In the input, we give this a placeholder of search. So now we can't see anything again because we're on a smaller screen, but if I increase my screen size, you see that we can actually see this here, and it says search. The input says search. Now we want to add some styles to this input. We'll say class, and the first style we're going to add is just outline none, because we don't want to see outlines anytime we click on it, and bg transparent, because right now it has a white background as you saw, but we don't want that white background, so we'll remove it. Bg transparent. Now you only see this. You can say we want this to be of flex 1 and height of 10, like so, just like that. And if I check it now, see it looks a lot better now. So I'm going to go back to the layout. I'll remove these comments here, and I want to wrap this slot in the main tag so that we can add some classes to it. So I can now say class, and now inside the slot I just want to tell this I want it to have a minimum height of the screen, and I want to have a flex 1, so take as much space as it can. If I show it, you see that the right side now doesn't just span all the way, it just takes the allocated space that we gave to it, and the main, which is the one in the middle, takes as much space as it can. So we would go back to the right side and would continue. Now the UI that we want to create look very similar to a couple of others, meaning that next thing we want to create now is the subscribe to premium, and after the subscribe to premium we want to create the trends for you, and they look very similar. They basically are the same thing. So the way we can do that is to create a reusable component that we can reuse for the subscribe to premium and also for the trends for you. And we can do that by using Svelte slots. So I'll come to my component and I'll create a component called card. card.svelte s. I'll remove the sidebar, and now in this card.svelte, put in my boilerplate code. What I just want to do now is just output slots like this. I don't need to, it can be a self-closing tag like that. Now if I come back to the right side, say card, I can put anything in this card. I can just say this is a slot component, and just so that we can actually be seeing what we are doing as we are doing it. This is giving us an error because we haven't imported it, but as I was saying, just so that we can see what we are doing as we are doing it, we'll remove this alien class for now, and we can just see it right there. And now you can see this is a component, so wherever we render this slot is where this would show, just like it works with the layout. So that's how powerful Svelte is. We'll go back to the card components. We'll add some classes to this. We'll say px4, py3, bg, gray 900 to the background to be gray 900. So you say a space top, and then the y-axis 2, and of course rounded MD like so. And now what we're going to do now is do something called named slots, meaning that we can actually have multiple slots in a component, and we can give them particular names, so that when we actually insert components or divs or whatever inside the places for the slot, we can just tell it the name of the slot we want to insert this one for, and it would place it exactly in the place that we placed that named slot in the card container. That might not make so much sense, but actually let's implement it, that's why I can show you guys what I'm talking about. So for this first slot, I can say this is name would be title. You can have another slot we will call content. Now you see that this little text that we placed here doesn't actually work anymore. So I can have like a p tag, and in this p tag I can have a slot attributes. This slot attribute, we can give this a name. You can say this is title. As you can see, it actually pops out there, and we can just cover this with the p tag. And this, you can have another so as you can see, we try to duplicate it, and it tells us that duplicate sort name title in card. So this is not actually going to work. What we can do is change the name of this one to, what was the name of that one again? Content. We didn't actually have to look it up. We could just press content, and we can see this is the content like this, and to actually show this is the content. So you can see the way we arrange it here. If you go back to our card component and we just move this content above the title, you'll see it actually reflects here, and it doesn't really matter the way we arranged it here, it will always reflect the way we placed it here. That's just one super neat thing about it. And one other thing that I also want to show you guys is, let's say for example we have like a predefined styles to a particular slot, and we don't want those styles to change. Maybe we want them to be extensible, but we don't want them to change. The way that I see that I can do it, one super cool thing that I can do here is create another component called, let's say the title, right? This card will have a title, it has a particular set of styles, and instead of going inside every card and having that style for that title, we could just predefine the styles here. So we can say card title dot svelte, and this could just be a simple h1. So just a very simple h1, it just has predefined styles, and we can put slot right here, say class text LG font bold, and we say capitalize. Nope, capitalize like so. I can come back to my right side and I can say card title. I say this is the new title. Now that I said that, I'll just remove this one that I had here before. But one thing you notice now is that this doesn't actually show, and that's because we've not added again the slot. So you can say slot is equals to title, and now this will actually show. So as you can see, this is the new title and it has those styles that we added to it. If we didn't actually do it that way, we'd have to come here. If this was like a p tag, we'll have to come here and say class and then add the styles. And then if you want to create this card component somewhere else, if you want to use it somewhere else, we'll also have to have that p tag and add those styles again. But having these predefined styles that we can make them extensible is just far better way of using slots. And one other nice thing that we can do is, since this card title is only useful inside this card component, we don't really just use this card title on its own. In order to make our code neater, we can do something very neat. So we can basically come into the card component. We can bring the title back up, and we can say something like this. Say card title. We'll have to import this by hand, so we'll say import. Let's just name this title. We don't actually have to see card title, it's already in the card component. So say title. So now what we are doing now, we are passing props to the component that is consuming the card component. So we can see import title from, and then we have card title dot svelte, and now we can say capital letter T, and we can remove this name part. And right now what we are doing is passing this title props. So the other way we can do this would be to say title is equals to, but remember, as I said in Svelte, if they are the same name, you can just do it like this. And then we can go back to the right side here. We can remove this card title here. Let's refresh this so it actually shows. And then we can come inside the card component first tag. We can see let title. So we can now get that props that we passed from here. So we pass the props here. So in order so that this will be a lot more readable, let me just put it like this. Title is equals to title, and we are passing the props to this particular slot, and in that slot we can just get the let title, and now we can use this title as a tag here. So we can say title, something like this, and we don't actually have to import card title anymore. So this is a title. So the reason why I'm seeing this error is because of it's importing this title from Bits UI. Remove that, and that should reload. Give it some time, and then you will see this is a title. It's there, it works, and it's gotten from this one here, and the styles are gotten from this component here. So as you can see, how we can really get very flexible with slots and Svelte. It's very wonderful. and we should use them more to create components. I should use them more to create components. I come from a React background, so the way we create components in React is just by passing props here and there, but with slots things get really powerful and very nice. So I'm definitely going to be using them more and more, and you should too. So we'll go back to the right side and then we'll continue. So I'll change this from this is a title to subscribe to premium. So subscribe to premium, and then we'll have this slot content like this, like so. You can just say lorem, remove a couple of things, a bit much, still a bit much, and 2 more. Perfect. So right, the last but not the least component that we're going to add here is going to be like a button. So we'll just import the button from the place it is, wherever it is, to auto import, and here we can say subscribe, and just like so. So now you can see that the button is right in the middle for some reason. Well, the reason why it's in the middle is because of the button doesn't actually have a slot, a place to stay actually. So we can go back to the card Svelte, can create one more slot, and we can call this action. And then in this button we can come here, give this a slot of action. I was going to stay right at the bottom like so, but here's one thing. We can actually do something called conditionally rendering a slot, meaning that if we do not add the slot, here, it would actually not render the slots components. So let's say for example this particular slot has some styles like margin, top and bottom, and we didn't actually add it here. It's actually going to the styles like the margin, top and bottom is actually going to take place, but then the slot isn't there, and it's actually could cause some UI inconsistencies. So the way we are going to do the conditional rendering of slots is to just use an if statement. So we say hashtag and an if block, the hashtag, and we'll say if, and this is something that Svelte gives us that helps us to check a slots. So we can just say $2 and slots, then dots, not this, slots and then dots. We'll have all the slots name that we've added here. So you can see we have action, we have content, and we have the default. So we'll go for the action, and then I'll put this action slot inside here. So it's only if we have the action that we want to render this action slot. And now we'll go back to the right side. As you can see, this works very well if I increase my screen. Beautiful. Now we're going to create a trend for you. So come down and create another card component. So as you can see, very usable. Bring out the left title props, title, I'll say trends for you, like so. We'll open a div, and in this div is actually going to be again a slot of content, because that's where we want to add the content. So inside this content is where we'll have the trends, like the hashtags that are trending and all those stuff. So we'll have a div here. This div is gonna have a couple of classes, a couple. So then I'll say space y1. We'll give this a cursor pointer. Want this to be rounded. py2, that is padding top and bottom, and when we over it, so say over we'll have a BG gray 800, and inside that div, inside the div, we'll have another div. Let's give this a class. Give us a class flex items center little gap 1 text of extra small because 1 is small text gray. This is the color of the text now. Text gray 500 and capitalize with text formatting. Right there we put 2 p tags. Would be the first one would be music, the second one would be trending. So say trending like so. Now my music isn't spelled right. Again, I used to this. I miss keys all the time. MUSIC. Now we'll come outside of that div and we'll create a p tag. And in this p tag, we'll give it a class font bold text SM and capitalize, and in here we'll add the name of a celebrity. Let's go with the video. And then we'll have another p tag. So many tags, I should probably name it. Then we'll have class text extra small text gray 500, and then we'll have like the number of people. That will be 255.5k, just dummy data. Save that, it formats it well. Let's see this. So now this is what we're seeing. Now when we overwrite, you can see the background is a little bit gray. Now what we want to do is again want to kind of multiply this, so we can just do this, copy and paste, and that will actually multiply it. But we don't want to do it like that. Do it in a far more better way. So what we'll do is again the each block to iterate, but this time we don't actually have like an array to iterate over. So but what we can do here is open up objects and say length, the little trick 20. Now it's going to iterate 20 times, so we're giving it a length of 20. It's going to iterate 20 times, and I can say as, I can just put underscore there, copy this, pop it inside there, and you see the magic take place. And the magic that took place was error, and the reason why we have that error is because I did not spell length correctly. God help me. It's LENGTH, not HT. So now I've spelled it correctly. It should happen, and bam, we have 20 of it just loaded there. And now we can safely add our hidden back to the, don't forget to add your hidden back to the parent div. So on smaller screens it doesn't show, but on the larger screens it should show. Like so. Now we're going to actually concentrate on the main page, the main course of the UI. So we'll go to the plus page, the Svelte. So let me put in my little snippet. And the way we want to start this is by like having an header component. So I'll just remove this. I'll say header, and that should try an error because we do not have an header component. So I'll come to my components folder and I'll create a header.svelte. This is the header, like so, and I will just auto import like that. I'll come to the header component, I'll do my little cfc, and now I can change this div to an header ish. I'm gonna give this some classes. First will be the bg background, and make this opaque a little bit, so say /70, and then we'll say sticky, because of again we want it to stay on a particular spot. As we scroll, say sticky, and then we'll say border, we'll say Z10, and we'll say top 10, left 10, and the backdrop, a little backdrop. So as we scroll inside, it's, you know, it's a little bit opaque, so you can actually see inside of it a little bit. As we scroll, there's like a backdrop of blur. It's like blurrish. You guys will see the effect take place by the time I'm done with it. So I'll just say backdrop of blur, like so. Now inside here we'd have an h1 tag, and in this h1 tag we'd have home, and give this h1 tag some styles. So it looks terrible now. So the first style we'll say is capitalize. Yes, we can easily make this h1 like capitalize with ourselves, but we are not cavemen. Remember, we are not cavemen. Then we can come back to the capitalize. We'll say text LG, say font semi bold, PY 3.5, PX4, not PS4 because we don't have that. PX, that's one we have. And then we come out to that h1. Outside of that h1 we'll have a div. Now we want to have some kind of tab like styles here. Well, this div would be a grid container because I'm tired of using flex. Let's try our grid. So we'll say grid would be of cols 2, that's 2 columns, and then we'll say text SN. That means we want their text to be small. Now inside here would be 2 buttons, the first one and the second one. They are basically going to have the same style, just that the first one is going to be like bold. The font is going to be a little bolder. So we'll say class text. No, before we start in the class, let's actually add the text. So we'll say for you, that's the first one. And the second one is going to be following. Not doloing, following. Why am I always pressing something else? So say text white PY4, that's spanning top and bottom 4, and capitalize. Again, we can do this by ourselves, but we are not going to do it. We'll say font bold and have a little over. So when you over it, we have a little effect. Over BG white /10, a little opaque. Now when we over it, see that effect right there. When we over this one, it doesn't have it, and that's because we've not added the styles yet. So let's add the styles to that one. We'll copy it and go there and we'll paste it. The other thing that we're not going to add here is that this one is going to have a text gray. It's going to be a bit grayish, not white. So the text gray of 300, and it's not going to be font bold like that. So it's this one that's active, not this one that's active. So we've added the header just like that. Now let's move on. So come right under the header. I'll create a div. This div will have class px4 py2 flex and then gap of 2. First thing that's going to be here would be like avatar. So instead of writing this avatar stuff over and over again, we can just go back to this sidebar and we can copy the implementation that we added here, this one here, and just copy, paste it here. The only thing now is we also have to copy the import as well. So copy, and now we'll pop the import here so the error goes away. And so right after the root, just right after the root, we can have, oh, now I see why the fallback didn't work, is because of we actually have the fallback inside the image tag like this. It shouldn't be so. remove this. This image should be a self-closing div, like so. Now you see the fallback actually works, and then the image loads. So that's how it should be. We can also fix the sidebar as well. I just spotted it now. So closing like so. And okay, let's continue. So right after the root, we'll have another div inside there. This div will have a class with full and border, like so. In here we'll have the input. That's for the sending tweets that we want to add now. So we'll have the inputs. The input is white background. We do not like white background, so we'll say BG transparent, or you can just say BG background. That is have the exact background. I just prefer transparent. So then say text LG. We have width full. We have px2 outline of none, and the reason why we add this outline of none, if you didn't add it, so let me just remove one word there. If you didn't have it, when you click on it, you see this rubbish ugly outline that nobody likes. So add the outline none, and when we click on it, it doesn't show anymore. So let's continue. I want to give this an height of 10. So as an height of 40 pixels, and that's all. You can actually give this input a placeholder. So let's see what is happening, like so, 2k, and right after the input we can have a div. This div would have a few classes. First we have flex. We also have border, top, and then we have py3 to have justify between item center as well. Now inside that div we'll have another div. Then this div will have classes as well. So the classes as this div would have would be, so this will also be a flex. So flex gives a gap to items center, and right here we have like in here is where we have all the images, all those image icons, but I will click on the first one and then we are able to select a particular image to upload with the tweet. So in here we actually have an input, so that is actually what makes this possible. We'll have an input, but the thing with the input is that it's going to be hidden, so I can just say hidden like that, and the input will disappear. And we'll change this from type of text to type of file, and we'll have to give it an ID, and the ID will be img, and we'll have an accept criteria. We want to tell it the type of files we want to accept. So say image/png, and then we use comma to add more. Image/jpeg. We have another comma. It doesn't have to spell image. Like, what will I be without this extension that keeps calling me out for my bad spelling? Shout it out, just be writing rubbish code. Now we have image/gif, because we also allow gif, and image/webp. The reason why we're doing this is just so that we can make sure that the users are not able to select files that we do not want them to be able to add to our applications, like videos or PDFs, things like that. We only want images, and these are the only types of images we want. We want PNG, we want JPEG, we want GIF, and we want WebP. Except from those, we won't actually accept those. It won't even show when they click on the icon. It won't show from their file explorer, which is a great experience. Now, right after this input, we can have a label. Now, this label is because of so that when we click on this icon, it would be activate this input. So now we can have the image icon from the icon library. No, I believe that was the image icon. Again, you put this on handle. Okay, now this is it. Now it's imported. You can actually close this tag, and this image is going to have some classes as well. So you want to text primary because we want to change the color to the primary color that we have, looking like that. And then we want cursor pointer. Now when we click on this, you'll see it actually going to activate this input, but it actually doesn't work because we haven't actually linked this label to this input. So the way we link it is by adding in the for we'll add the ID, which is img. So now when I click on this, it will open the file explorer from like so. Now we can come out of this label, and we can also come out of this div, and we can have a button. Now in this button we'll have the post post, and we actually have to auto import this. I like to auto import it and refresh this, make this full screen. You should have that show up nicely. Just give it some time. Bam, the way we want it. So we have the tweet. For example, we can write any tweet, we can pick an image, and then we can post. But now nothing happens because we've not added those functionalities yet. So this is going to actually handle the last piece of UI I believe that we're going to handle would be a tweet card. So those little cards that pop in here as we make tweets, we're going to create the tweet card now. So tweet card dot svelte, like so. So we can begin. We can just have our little sfc. Come to the div right here. We'll change this div to an a tag, and then we'll give this href of just slash like this, and then we'll give this a couple of classes. We'll say flex, we'll say gap to border top, and then padding around 12 pixels. Right here, we want to put the avatar first. Again, I don't want to re-implement the avatar. I'll just come to the page where I have it. You know what would have been nice is if you add this avatar like a little component where we just import it without having to import all of this, or having to write all of that, I mean. But man, didn't copy, and paste. Go back, copy the import. I'm always writing that. I'm trying to go back and I press 2P. Paste that as well, and the error would disappear. Go back, and because we want to see what we are doing as we are doing it, we would come here and just have the tweet card imported. Give this a little time, and bam, it's imported. We have tweet card here. It will refresh, and the error will disappear. That will be a little bit slow, that's all. And after the outer root, we create a div, and inside that div we'll have another div, and inside that div we'll have h3 and then h3 will also have like a p tag, not pop, just p. So as you can see, we are having this the X show right on the is that the right? That's the right side instead of like on the bottom. So we'll fix that. So tweet card is not supposed to be here, so we can just bring it outside of that div to the root of the file, and as you can see it takes place fine. And now we can go back to the tweet card by control clicking it, and it will redirect us to the component itself. I can come to the parent div here and have a class here, and the class would have here just be of width full, and the second div here gives a class, and this will be of class flex, item center, text extra small, text gray 500, and the gap of 1, so say gap 1. Now in this h3 we'll actually have our name, so I'll say Lawal Adebola. I'll say class, capitalize, text would be SM, the font would be semi bold, and text would be white. So not actually showing the browser anymore. I popped it back, and in this p tag we have the email but prefixed with an @ so say @svelde@gmail.com, and this would have no class applied. And after that we have a dot, and then we have another p, and this will just like represent the time it was tweeted, and we say 22 hours ago. We'll save that, and we'll come outside of this p and of this div as well, and come here and put another p tag which is going to represent the tweet that we sent. So we just use Lorem Ipsum for that. And this p would have a few classes. To have text sm, and to have margin bottom 2, just like that. And if we add an image, the image will be here, and we'll give the image src of just that x logo.svg, and this image will have class as well. It would be rounded sm. We have a margin top 2. We have the object content. I have a width of full, and right after this image would be a div. So come here and I'll put a div, and this div is just the container that's going to be it's going to be what's going to be inside this div is going to be those likes button, retweet button, comment button, and all those good stuff. So this is just my hands cracking. Now I can have like a button here, and the one that's going to be here is going to be the like. So inside this button there will be a div, and inside this div would be, we'll say at h e a t h, no h, sorry, so say at, and then after the at we'll have the numbers, so we'll have like a span, and the span is going to be, let's just say 5. So if I scroll down, I'll see this right there at the bottom. Now we'll just have to add some classes to this. So the button will have, no, let's start with container. So we'll give the container flex, and we'll have justify between, give them a text of sm, and then margin top of 2. And then we'll come to the button, give the button class, say flex, give this a little and transition animation, say transition off, and then we'll add group because we want to do some grouping. We'll say item center gap 2 text gray 600. Now in this div here, this div will have classes as well. So this div will have a p1 rounded full, and I can come to my text here, my art here, I mean, give this class, it's not my art, it's just an art icon, and we can say over text blue 500, and we can also give this div as well and over. We can say over bg blue of 500, and just make this opacity of 0.2, so say 20 here. And maybe over this you can see we have this thing happening. It's not really that nice, but there's something happening here. So the reason why this is on a column and not a row is because we have this span inside this div. So just take it out and it should come in a row like so. Now the magic that we want to happen here is anytime we hover around this icon and this number, we want to activate all of the over effect. So like when we hover the 5, the icon should act like it's being hovered, and the way we do that is by just using group in Tailwind CSS. So when we hover the parent, the children over classes will take effect. We can easily do that by adding group to the parent. So we have added group here already to this button, and we'll just change all this from over to group over. So we'll say group over like so, and we'll come here and do group over as well. Now when we over that, you can see the effect takes place. Now we can also do it for the span as well. So we can give the span class. You can say group over text blue 500 like so. Now when we over here, as you can see, the text also becomes light, and I'm overing the icon, the text is becoming blue. If I over the text, the icon as well would have that effect. So that's nice. And what we can do here is copy the button a couple of times and just paste it, let's say 4 times, and it would spread on a row like so, and we can like change the icon. So I'm going to change this art to a chat bubble. Import that, and I'll change this from 5 to like say 2. And what you guys can do is just change the colors. So we have blue here, you can change this to pink for this button, and you can change this to green for this button, and also change the icons as well. But I'll leave mine the way it is, and I'll just continue. So now we're done with this. The next point of focus would be when we click on the tweets, we get taken to another page, the post page, where we have the tweet and its comments, and then we can make comments to that tweet and also like that tweet as well. So first of all, we'll just change this a tag of the tweet to post, then slash, I just say post 1, for example. And we can come down to our route and want to create a page. So the way we'll create the page is first create a folder called posts, and in this folder we'll have a dynamic route. And the way we create dynamic routes in Svelte or SvelteKit rather is by using square brackets, and then we'll say the name, which will say post ID, close the brackets. And so now in that post ID file would have plus page dot svelte file. So in that post ID folder would have a plus page dot svelte file, and you say this is the post page post page. Now when I click on this file, we should get taken to this page. So if I click here, this is the post page, just the way we like it. Now if you look here, we have this post and then post one. Now this will cache anything, any ID, literally anything. If I click on this will still give us the same page because it's a dynamic route and it's going to get all routes that are in this directory. Or there's an issue, like as a user, when I look at something like this, I would think that if I get rid of this page, this part of the URL, it should take me to the post page, and I'm in my head believing that there will be a post page, but there wouldn't be a post page because we don't have a post page. It shows us 404 not found. And the way to avoid this sort of scenarios is to simply redirect them if they ever come to this post page. So in this post here, we can create a file called plus page.server.ts. Now this is what they call a server file, and in here we can create a server load function. I can use my emit kit load, and this creates for me a load function. So it exports const then load, and it doesn't need to be asynchronous. But basically, if you don't have the extension, this is basically what you just have to write. And yeah, what SvelteKit will do is run this function, this load function, every time you come to this post page. So to run it on the server, it always runs on the server. So before the page loads, this would run. So that means we can do things like IE, fetch data, and also redirect the users if they come here and we don't want them to be able to access this place. So you can easily just throw a redirect here, and the redirect we gotten from SvelteKit, and the first parameter will be the status code. We'll say 303. The second will be the URL we want to redirect them back to, which should be the home page. So if they ever come to this page, so as you can see now they're in their post file and the post directory, and now it's loading and it redirects them. So if I go to posts like so and I click enter, it's not show me the not found, it will redirect me back to the home page like that. So we've handled that. We'll go back to this post ID. So now we want to create the post page. So when we click on this, bam, the place we're taken to is where we want to create now. Control B, reduce that, bring this here, like so. And first thing first, we'll first create an header. This header will have a couple of classes. Padding 4 around, flex, item center, and the gap 3. We'll have an h1 in here that says posts, and we'll give it some styles as well. So class, capitalize, fonts, semi bold, text LG, and right above that we want to have like a back icon. So I couldn't find the suitable back icon from this icon pack, so this was the one that we're going to have to go with. Arrow bottom left, like so. That'll be all for the header. We'll move out of the header and we'll have a div, and in that div we have another div. This div would have a class px4. Inside this div we have another div. This div is going to be a flex container, so say flex and then justify between. Inside that we'll have another div. This is just one downside of using Flexbox. You keep having nested divs. Apart from that, it's probably the best way of starting websites today. So that this div you have class of flex and then gap2. Now next thing we want is the avatar. That is the profile image of the person that made the post. So I'll go to my sidebar and I'll just copy that avatar components one more time, and then the import as well. Copy it, go back, dashed lines should disappear and we should have this. So right after the avatar, so after the avatar.root, create a div. In this div we have a p tag. This p tag will have a class capitalize, font semi-bold, and here we'll have the name. So I'll just say Awala Bola. Have another p tag as a symboling of that former p tag, and this one will just be the email address. So we'll prefix it with an @ then speed@gmail.com, and we'll give it some styles as well. So we have class text sm text gray 800. So come out of that p tag and then we'll come out of that div as well. Come out from the second div again, and here we'll have a button. That is the button that says follow. And we don't want to use the native button, we want to use the button that's given to us from Shad-cn Svelte. So use button like so, and we'll say follow. And this is the primary button, but we don't want to use the primary button, so we'll just bring in the variant and we'll say the secondary. So it will change very soon, like that. And we can move down, and outside of this div, what we want now is the post. So we use a p tag to represent the post, or the tweet rather, and we can use lorem ipsum. So lorem, and it will populate some text for us there. Outside of that p tag, we'll have the image. If they added an image, I'll just have X logo .svg, and outside of that, we'll have a div. This div will have some classes. Flex, justify between, text xm, and margin top 8 pixels. Now in this div we'll have those likes buttons, so we can just take it from the tweet card because we already have them created. So these are the buttons I'm talking about. I'll copy this, I'll paste this here, and I'll import the icon. That's going to be a source of error. I'll import it. So now you see we have this here. Now we can copy this and just paste this 3 and 4 times, and we can change the icons to what we changed it to in the last time. So it was chat bubble. I mean, put that there and import that as well. if I go to my full screen and wait for that to reload, and just like that we have all of them. And what you can do also is just change the colors. So you can change it to pink, change it to orange to make it more colorful. I'm going to leave mine the way it is. And we'll move down, we'll move outside of all of those buttons and the div covering the button as well. And when we're outside of that, we also want to come outside of this div here. I want to come outside of this div here. And I want to create another div. Say class flex gap 2 px 4 and py 3, and here I want to put is the avatar, and I believe I have it copied. Avatar here like so, and under the avatar I will have an input, because of this is how I would add comments. So I'll say input, and then class, first class will give this to be transparent because it has this white background that we don't like. So say transparent, and then flex 1. I'm going to give this a placeholder. Posts your reply. So right after that input, we want a button, so that when we click on that button we actually make the post or make the comment. So again, the button is going to be from Shad-cn Svelte, and it's going to just have comment. Right after the button, we come out of the div, and in here we'll have another div that's going to house all of the comments when they are made, and all the comments when they are made are basically going to be the same tweet cards that we used. So tweet card, just import that like so, a couple of times to represent comments, and we can check the application now, and as you can see, we have one comment here, we have another comment, we have another comment. And it's looking very nice at this point. You can go to the home page by clicking here. You can come to tweet by clicking here, like so. Great. Now if you're at this point, I commend you, you've really gone far, but we have not actually even gone half yet, so let's keep on going. So what we can basically do now is create a folder in the routes, and this folder is going to start with the bracket. So it's going to put, we're going to put the name of this folder in the brackets. So we'll call this auth and close the bracket. And by doing this, Svelte or SvelteKit would ignore this folder when it's making the route, meaning that on a normal day a folder is a route, right? But for these particular types of folders in where their names are inside a bracket, it's not going to be a route, it's going to be ignored by Svelte. So we can put we can create another one and call this app. So this app folder is where we'll put everything that does not have to do with authentication, and this authentication is where we'll put everything that has to do with authentication. So we can take the plus page inside this app, and you see that nothing would happen. It's still going to be this page, and it's still going to show. It's not going to be /app/page or anything like that. It's not going to be /app/ or something like that. It's just going to be this page still, and that's because Svelte or SvelteKit is ignoring this particular folder. So we can take the layout, put it inside here as well. Take the post, put it inside here as well. So it says failed to load URL app.css, which was expected because in the layout of Svelte we are loading this, and this is not the directory anymore. So what we can do is just remove that from there, and we'll create another root layout file. It shows like this because again we've removed the Tailwind. link. So now we can create a root layout. So at this time, not just the app will get them, but the auth as well will get the styles as well. So Svelte, you can easily just say now you see everything here will disappear because we don't have a slot yet, but we'll put that very soon. Say lounge ts, we'll pop in the styles, and in here we can easily just put in our slots and everything will go back to normal, just like the way I said it. Now we can start creating the login page. Come inside our auth folder, create a new folder called login, and in that login folder we'll create a file called +page.svelte. Yes. Now the UI for it is going to be very simple. I'll just go to the login page. I have a div. This div would be flex column, item center, justify center, height would be screen, the width would be screen as well, and then we'll have like a border. Inside this div we'll have an image, and the image would be, well, the x logo.svg, and outside of the image and beneath the image would be a button from Shad-cn Svelte, like so, and we'll just say login with Google. And that's the login page. So when we click on this login with Google, it should bring a pop-up, and then we can log in with Google. It redirects us to the home page, and we can tweet, we can comment, we can like, all that good stuff. Now when you click on this button, nothing would clearly happen because we've not added that functionality yet. So let's add it. Let's begin with the interesting part. Welcome Firebase. Now Firebase is what is going to power the backend of this application, make all of these things possible. Now all I want you to do is to go to firebase.google.com, go to that site, and you should be taken to this place. You want to have a Google account, you just go to your console. Now you should be here, and what you want to do is click on add project. If you already have some Firebase projects, you'll see them here. But what you want to do is this plus button, click on it, add project, and let's start with a name for your project. We'll just say Twitter clone, and continue. Google Analytics for your Firebase project, we don't really care about that, but we'll just enable it. Select an account, default account for Firebase, create new project. So now this is going to create the project. It's telling us to please wait, so we would wait, and until it finishes creating the project, then we'll continue. Give it some time, it's almost done, and now your new project is ready. Click on continue. Now the first thing we have to do is actually add of an application. So add an app to get started. So we can use the iOS, we can use the Android, and we can use the web. We are clearly using the web, so we should go for the web. And now we have to give it a name. You can just give it the same name. Say Twitter clone. Nope, I'm just register app. Wait for that. And now it says to add the Firebase SDK, use npm, and tells us to npm install Firebase and to initialize the Firebase with this code. So what we want to do is copy this code, and even though you didn't get this code here, you can also get it in the settings as well. There's no problem. But what we want to do is to follow the instructions. Go back to our code base, open our terminal, open a new terminal, and since I'm using pnpm, I'll just write pnpm add Firebase, like so. Now you see we have one Twitter clone and Spark plan. So while we are here, we can just go to the build and get started with the things that we'll actually be using. So we're using the authentication. So click on authentication, you should get taken to authentication page. Click on get started. And want to use Google. So click on Google and enable it and select that, save. Give that some time. And now we see the notification Google enabled. So Google has been enabled already. We have Google here. Go to the build part again. We'll go to storage because we will be using storage as well. Takes us to the storage page and we'll click on get started, and it shows start in production and start in text. What you want to choose is the start in test, and it says the default security rules for test mode would allow anyone with your storage bucket reference to view, edit and delete all data in your storage bucket for the next 30 days. So definitely in production you want to add far better security rules than the ones that you are given on this text mode, but this test mode is enough for us to start. And then we'll choose done and create default buckets for us. Now the bucket has been created, and the last one we're going to use here would be Firestore database. The last one, but the most important one. Create database, and we'll also want to choose the test mode as well. So first of all, I want to choose location. I don't really bug of this location, and I'll just go with next. I'll check text mode as I said, and then we'll enable provisioning cloud Firestore. Now you can see we have our empty database, and we can start a collection by clicking here. We can create a collection ID and we can save it, but we won't be doing it directly from here, we're doing it directly from our application. And I want to talk on something, which is that if you try to create a Firestore database and you get an error saying that this project has been configured to use it on data store or something like that, then I believe that's simply because of you created the storage before creating the Firestore database. What I want you to do in that scenario is to delete the project, recreate it, and this time create Firestore database first before you then go ahead and get started with the storage. It happens sometimes. I don't really know why. I don't know if it's a bug or not, but that's just a quick way to fix it. Now that we've set everything up, we're going to get started with the authentication. And remember that I said that we are doing server-side authentication and authorization. Now to do that with Firebase, we're going to have to use a package called Firebase Admin, which gives us elevated privileges, meaning we can do things on the server. So we're going to install Firebase Admin, npm add Firebase Admin. Now we're going to go back to Firebase, go to our settings, to come up here, project settings, and I want you to go to service account here. Click here, service account. You're going to have to get a particular JSON file, a very important JSON file. So it says Firebase Admin SDK, and make sure this is on Node.js, and generate new private key. So your private key gives access to your project Firebase services. Keep it confidential and never store in a public repository. Generate key, and it should install a file for us. Great. So now that that has been done, go back to the general, scroll down here where you see this part, and just click on this copy icon here to copy it to your clipboard. Now Firebase admin has been installed. We'll go to our components, our lib file, our lib folder. In the lib folder, we'll create a file called Firebase. Let's call it Firebase.ts, and then we'll paste all that we've copied there. Ctrl V. As such, we can remove all of these. Okay, so this actually pasted twice. Remove one, and we want to remove all of the comments because I don't like the comments. And import Firebase, lead, initialize Firebase, blah blah blah. So when it comes to this analytics, right? Because this analytics works with the browser, meaning without just leaving it here, it's not going to work because of SvelteKit and hydration. The way we can do it is to tell it to only run this if the app has been loaded in the browser. So we can just say if browser, and now browser will be gotten from SvelteKit. We can get this from SvelteKit. So we just import it here from app/environment. So now this is saying that the environment is the browser, not the server. And then we'll pop this in here. So this analytics does not actually need to be stored in the variable. We'll do it like this and it should work. There shouldn't be an error, there shouldn't be an issue. And since we are using the authentication, the database, and the storage, we can set them up here as well. So we can say export, and this is going to be for authentication. We say export const auth is equals to get auth. That's going to be coming from Firebase. So we'll come up here and we'll install it, we'll import it. So we'll say import get auth from Firebase/auth, like that. And we'll just initialize the app here. We'll do the same for the Firestore and for storage as well. So we'll change it from auth to db, and then we'll say get Firestore, and we'll do this for storage. So we'll change it from db to storage, and we'll say get storage, and we'll just import them as well. This would be get Firestore from Firestore, and the last one would be get storage from Firebase storage. Like so. Now we'll be able to use the authentication, the database, and the storage functionalities throughout our application. Now concerning that JSON file that we downloaded from Firebase, put it in your applications folder the way I've done here. So I'm just going to rename this. I'll rename this to service account. So it's JSON. Then I'll add this to my git ignore so that don't expose this file when we push this to a public repository. So we'll say service.account.json, like so. Now I'll create a .env file. Say .env because I want to add some environmental variables here. So I'll say fb to represent Firebase, then underscore project ID fb client email and then FB private key. And before we continue, I have to correct this my spelling one more time. That's ENV, like so. And now you get this little styling. So what we want to do is protect some particular values in this service account. So the client email, the private key, and the project ID as well. So just copy them one by one. Project ID, copy, put it right there. Private key, that will be this one here. The private key is this one here. Copy, and the email, client email, that will be this one here. Boom. Now that we've done this, it's time for us to initialize the Firebase admin. And when we initialize Firebase admin, we can't do it on the client, meaning that we can't expose it to the browser because that's potentially can be dangerous. So the way we're going to do it is come to the SRC, come to the libs, and create a special folder called server. So in SvelteKit, if you create a folder called server in the libs folder, this would not be exposed to the client. Now we can create files here, and you can say Firebase admin .ts, like so. Now I can import pkg from Firebase admin, and I can use pkg .initialize app, like so, and then this should be giving us some exactly now credentials. First credentials will be pkg credentials sort. Then we'll put this. Now we have to add the project ID, and we can just say FB. As you can see, we have all the environmental variables being listed here. We can click on them and they will automatically import for us. So we can choose the project ID one, click on that, and you can see it imports this with static and private. Make sure it's private and static as well. And I'm here for the client email, and I can say FB client email, last but not the least the private key, and I can say FB underscore private key. Just like so, we've initialized Firebase admin. And we can do things like try and cache and for the errors, but to keep things simple, we'll leave this as so. Now we can export cons admin auth equals to get auth, but this time it's going to be from Firebase admin, not from Firebase auth. So say get auth, put that in parentheses, import get auth from Firebase admin /auth. Now we'll begin with the authentication. So we'll go back to the login page. The GIN, okay, first page right here, and in the script tag we just add our language TS. I forgot to add that lang TS. And what we want to do now is create the functionalities that when we click on the login with Google, this button here, we are able to log in with Google essentially. So I'll create a function called login, const login this is going to be an asynchronous function. We'll have a try and catch block like so. And to begin, we'll say sign in with pop-up, and that's how easy it is to do this, right? That is, just call this function sign in with pop-up, and the first parameters here would be the odds, and that's the odds that we exported from the Firebase file, not the one from the Firebase admin. So we import here from the lib Firebase auth, and the second one will be the provider. Now we haven't actually added the provider, so we can add provider here. I can just say const provider will be equals to new, because we want to use Google, to say Google auth provider, and that's going to be from Firebase. So we import that Google auth provider, and now we use the provider as the second argument here, and just like that, sign up with Google already in action. But now we can get the user, so I can say const structure the user out of this like so, and say await, because of this is going to be promise. We can get the user. Now that we've gotten the user, we can get the ID token from the user. We will do that will be const ID token will be equals to await user dot get ID token, like this. And now that we've gotten the ID token, what we can essentially do is like create a server endpoint where we send this ID token, and we create the cookies, the session cookie, we store it in the browser's cookie, and then we can use that for authentication and authorization. So the way we create endpoints in SvelteKit is basically the same way we create pages. So if we have like a plus page.svelte file here, we can also have a plus server.ts file, and that plus server.ts file is going to be a server endpoint. So inside the login folder, I can create another special file called plus server.ts, and in this plus server.ts we can create post requests, get requests, delete requests, and all those stuff. So basically I can use, I believe, the kit endpoint like this, and I can change this to posts. I can remove this part here, request handler. I can remove this, we don't need that. So this is basically where all the magic is going to happen inside here. I'll structure this, and I'll get the requests and the cookies so that we can set cookies. And now the ID token that will be sent to this post request, we can get it from the request.json. So ID token will be equals to await request.json, and now we can decode that ID token. So I can say const decoded ID token would be equals to await, and I want to use the admin auth to verify the ID token that we just got from the client. So I would say admin auth, and import that from Firebase. So I can say await admin auth dot verify ID token, and then we'll put the ID token right there. And right after that, what I can do here is create a variable called expire in. But we don't actually have to do this, but I'm just showing you how to do it. Expires in be equals to 60 times 60 times 24 times 5 times 1000. So this equals to 5 days. We're saying we want to create a variable where we store the milliseconds actually that the cookie should be valid. So by default it's 12 days, but what we are setting here is basically this converts to 5 days. So if you didn't set this, it would be the default, which is 12 days. Now I can create an if statement, and I say if new date dot get time divided by 1000 minus the coded ID token dot auth time is less than 1 minute, so 5 times 10 times 60, I mean, sorry. So basically what we're saying is that this is just like a little security check. So sorry again, my spelling new. This is like a little security check to make sure that the token that we are getting is just recent. So we are making sure that the auth time of the token is now higher than 5 minutes. So 5 times 60 is about, I believe, 300 milliseconds, which is 5 minutes. So this is just a simple check, making sure that that token is fresh and there was no handling with it. And now we can do cons session cookie is equals to await admin auth dot, and I want to create the session cookie. So say create session cookie, not custom cookie, not custom token, I mean create session cookie. And the first parameter here will be the ID token, and the second one will be an object of options. We just add the expires in, like so. And now we can have a cons of options equals to max age. Now we want to actually set the cookie to our browser, so we can say max age will be expire in, and then HTTP only would be true. It wants to be secured, and then say secure would be true as well. Now get cookies that we got from up here, and we use this to set our cookie. So the first thing will be the name, so I'll set this to underscore session. Second thing would be the cookie, so I'll copy this and I'll put this here, and the third thing will be the options, so I can just pop in options here like so. And when this is successful and everything is done, we can return JSON from SvelteKit, and we can just say status of signed in, like so. And we can add an else, because we have an if statement here. We can add an else. So the else is if this was false, if this returned false, we just throw an error, and the error should be imported from SvelteKit like this. And the first thing will be the status code, which should be 401, and the message will be recent auth is required, like so. And we'll remove this one. we would create another endpoint, but this time would be for the logout functionality. So I'll just have my kit endpoint and would select delete, get rid of this, and in here with the structure cookies. Now with the cookies, we will delete the cookie when we hit this endpoint. So cookies.delete, and then the name we gave it was __ session, and then path would just be slash, like so, and we would return JSON with a status of signed out UT, like so. Now we can return back to the login page, come back to the login function, and this time we'd want to use fetch to actually make a post request anytime we run this function. So we'll use fetch, and then the URL or the path would be login, because of we placed this +server.cs file in this login directory, and by default fetch would make a get request, so we have to change that and tell it that we wanted to make a post request. So here method would be post, and it should all be in uppercase, and we now want to pass this ID token, so we'll pass it through the body, so body and JSON.stringify, and then we'll place the ID token in here, ID token, like so. Now after this would be asynchronous, so say await. Now after this becomes successful, if this was successful and no error was thrown, what we then want to do is we want to add the user to a collection in Firestore called users. And the way we do that, first of all, we'll create a reference. So we'll say const user doc ref, because we want to check if that user exists before creating this or adding the user to the users collection. So equals to doc, and doc will be coming from Firestore. So doc, and then the first argument will be db, and db that we created and exported from Firebase file. We said db, and then the name of the collection would be users, and the document we'll be looking for would be the user.uid. That will be the document reference. Now we'll create a document snapshot, so say const user doc snap, this time user doc snap, and it'll be equals to await get doc. Now we want to get the doc, and what we would pass in here would be the reference, and since we created the user reference here, we can just copy and paste it in here. So now we can check if this user exists by using an if statement. So say if user doc snap dot exists, like so, then we want to add it to the users collection. Await would be using set doc, so that we can set the user's UID as the document ID. So it's a set doc, and again all of these have been imported from Firebase Firestore. So set docs, and then doc db, then the name of the collection, which is user, and then the name of the USER, and then the name of the document ID, which should be the user.uid. And the second argument here would be the document we want to add. So say name will be equals to user.name, display name, email would be user.email, and profile pic would be user.photo URL, like so. And just for safety, if this user already existed, we can do add another last option here and say merge true. I know that this might be a little bit confusing because we are saying that if the user exists, we should merge it, but here we're having a check to make sure that the user does not exist, so we should put our apostrophe there. So we are saying the user does not exist, then we'll do it. If the user exists, we don't want to do it. But this one is just like a little safe check, so if you didn't want to use this if, you can just use these options, this merge true here. And now right after all of that, the last thing we want to do is we want to navigate them to the home page. So when we navigate in the client in SvelteKit, we use the go to function. So we say go to, and that will be from app/navigate, and then the first parameters or the first argument would be the string that we want to, the URL I want to navigate them to, so just say slash. And the last thing to do here is to link the login function to the login button. So say on : click login, like so. Now we can go back to our browser, and when we click on this login with Google button, we should have a pop-up, and then you should be able to log in with Google. And it pops up. Give it a second. Now we have all of our accounts that are linked, and we can choose an account. Let's choose this one. And if that was successful, it will redirect us to the home page, like so. And I can check my Firestore database for any new collections and documents. So I've just refreshed it, and like so we have a new collection called user, and then we have a document ID here, which is the user's UID, and we have the fields. So I just realized that I made a little typo here. This is supposed to be users, not user. So I'm just going to delete this. I'll say user, I'll delete the collection. I'll go back to my code base. I'll fix that by coming here and putting an S. And then I would run the login function one more time. Should navigate, and we can check Cloud Firestore, and this time we should have users. Now users, like so. Now we can move on to the functionality of creating a post. Back to the code base. This time we're going back to the home page, which is here. I want to create a variable called tweet, and this will be an empty string. We want to bind this variable, give it two-way binding to this input, and in Svelte it's very easy. You just come down here and say bind value, like so, and we'll put tweet, not login, tweet. And just like that, this now has two-way binding, as easy as that. And what other thing we want to do is create some other variables. We want to create a login, the loading variable. So we catch the loading states. I want to create the image file as well. The variable that will store the image file, if any. Now we can scroll down, go to where we have the button, the post button. We can give this an on click, can just put an arrow function in here, make that arrow function asynchronous. Like that. First thing we want to do here is just, because of at this point we've already started the request, we can just say loading would be equals to true. And again, loading is boolean, so I can just say boolean instead of making it a string. That was a mistake. And loading is true, we would have another variable inside here, URL. I'll make this an empty string, and we can check if there was an image. So say if image file, like that. Now we want to store this inside our storage bucket. So we'll first create a reference. We'll say const storage ref is equals to ref, and ref would be coming from Firebase storage. And the first thing here will be the storage that we exported is, and the second would be the path. So we'll just say template string, we'll say posts slash and then the user's ID. But right now we don't have access to the user ID. We will have access to the user ID is from fetching the user's information. So for now we'll just say user ID, like so. And after that, last part we'll give it will be the image file's name. So we can just say image file dot name. Try to make it as unique as possible. Right. So right after that, we want to upload the image. So the way we upload the image is by using from Firebase again, upload bytes. This here, the first argument will be the reference. So we'll say storage ref, and the second would be the image file. So we'll just put img file like that, and we can store this in a variable called result. With an S right here. So right after that, we want to use the URL now. So URL will be equals to await. Now we want to get the URL of the image that we just, or the file that we just uploaded. So we'll say await get download URL. Get, and this will be from Firebase storage as well. Now we just put the reference. So we'll say results dot ref. Now that we have the URL set, we can now write to our Firestore database. So we'll say await add doc. Now the difference between add doc and set doc, they are essentially the same thing under the hood, but with set doc you have to manually set the document ID. But with add doc, it will automatically create a unique ID for you. So in this case, we wanted to create a unique ID for us, so we just use add doc. And the first argument for add doc would be collection, because it's a collection we want to add to. The first argument to the collection will be the database instance. So it will be DB, and then the name of the collection is posts. Come out of that, now we'll be able to put the data we want to add. So first of all, we want to add the tweet, and we want the value and the key, they are the same thing, so we just leave it as such. Put comma the user ID, which would be getting from data.user ID. We haven't actually done the data fetching yet, so this will throw an error, but just keep it as such. And then the image would be the URL, and you can just spread all of the users remaining information, as in data dot user, and the last thing will be the likes. So come here, data here, and we can say likes would be an array, so we can just put an empty array there. So we have all these red lines because of a lot of all this our inputs didn't work. So we'll try this one more time. It will be from like so. The add docs as well, and the image file would be from here. Okay, it's okay. Now I want to add a disable property to this button, so we'll come outside of this on click. We'll say disabled because we don't want them to be able to post an empty tweet. So we'll say disabled. That will be if the tweet length is less than 5 or the loading is true. So if tweet length is less than 5 or loading is true, we don't want this button to be disabled. And since we know that loading can be true or false will be true right after here, we want to make this false when this is complete. Get. So right under here we'll say loading will be equals to false, and then we also want to empty the tweet, so we'll say tweet be equals to an empty string, and because of we've already made the request and our data has become stale, we want to refresh that data and get the new data so that we don't have to add the refresh before we see the data reflect on our web page. We can just use invalidate, and invalidate will be coming in from app/navigation, and in here we'll put the string that we've set in the load function. So right now what we'll set it to, it would be post an S. It's AS, sorry, I keep saying an S, I don't know why. And last but not the least, we'll check for the loading state on the button test as well. So use an if block here. We'll say if loading, then we'll say loading ... and else, that means it's false. Then we can put posts like so. And now what we want to do is actually fetch the data that would be posting. So post for this, and this here would be the fetched data. And we can fetch data in SvelteKit two ways, with a universal load function and with a server load function. In this application, we'll be using a server load function only. So to use a server load function, I have to come to this to the same level as the plus page.svelte and create a special file called plus page.server.ts, since we're using TypeScript ts. And in here we can do two things. We can fetch data and we can send data to the server. So what we want to do is fetch data, and we'll be using a load function. We'll say kit load, get rid of these parts, and then this load function would always run on the server when we come to this route. So here we'll create a function called get post, which should help us to get all the posts in the post collection. Say const get posts be equals to like so, and here is where we'll make the queries to the post collection, and we'll start with a try and catch block. we'll make this function asynchronous. So say sync right there, and in the try is where we would do the data fetching. So we'll have to get docs that will get the collections of the post collections. We'll start that by using const, we'll call it query snapshots. So query snapshots equals to get docs, this time it's an S, put that from Firestore, and we have the collection. You also have to import that as well. And first argument here will be DB, which we will also import as well. The second argument will be the collections, the collection name, post. Right after that, I would have a const, a variable called res to represent response, and this will be an empty array. So when we've gotten this and this is successful, don't forget to put await here. This is a promise, so you have to await this, and when we've gotten this, we can loop through it. So we use the for each method dot for each. Then here we get docs, documents, each of the documents, and now we can put it here. We'll say post will be equals to bracket id would be the doc.id, and then we'll just spread the remaining of the documents. So see doc.data like that, and this is not correct, cons like that, and we want to push this inside the res array. So we'll say res dot push post, and lastly we want to return res, so we'll come out return res like that. And if there was an error, come here and we'll throw an error. Error gotten from SvelteKit. So we just import error from at svelte/kit, and in this error, the first thing we want to add will be the status code. Status code will go with here would be 400, and then the second will be the message. So we can just say an error occurred, and these are having the same variable name, so they will having an issue. So we can change this one to e. Now that we've fetched the data in this get post, we can return it like so. Return we call this post with an S, and we'll just be the get post function that we created here. Now we can put this in another file and then export it to make this code neater, but we'll leave it as such. Now that we've loaded data inside our app, we can get the data from a special variable called data. So we just export let data. Now the data will be available for us here. Now this data dot user ID and user would be when we are fetching data from the layout load function. We'll do that very soon. But now we can actually render the post data if we have any. So first of all, I want to check if we have any document in the post collection. So we'll use an if block for that. If data dot post, remember that's what we named it, and dot length is greater than 0, there's something inside it. Then we'll now iterate over it with an each block. So we'll say each data dot post as post without an s, and then we'll pop the tweet card inside there. Now for if the return post data is empty, we just put on else. We'll just show them no data. Now you can get fancy here with some good UI, but for our use case, no data is okay. Like this. Now I want to create some variables that will be accepting by this tweet card. Come inside the tweet card and we'll create some variables now. Now to create props in Svelte, we use the export let and then the name of the prop. So we'll say export let and then the name. So we can say username like so. And then we can, if I didn't TypeScript, we can just add the typing, so string and so on and so forth. That's how we create props in Svelte and SvelteKit. So we're going to have a couple of props that this component will be exposing. So we'll say export let avatar. This will be string. You can duplicate that and say this time tweet. Duplicate that again, and the email, the name. Here we'll have the ID, the image, that's the image URL, and now the likes. And the likes would be an array of strings, so just put the array sign right after. And we can be replacing the variables here where they're supposed to be. Now this would be for the name, so just remove this and put name here. This would be for the email. This would be for the tweet. Here will be the image. And because of there's a chance that there won't be an image, we can put this in an if block. So if img, that's when we'll render this. And we'll leave the likes for now. Leave the likes for now. And the last thing would be for the avatar. That will be the avatar URL. And right here, we'll put the ID here. Right after the post, we'll just say ID. And this is one cool thing about Svelte, is that we don't actually have to like put this in a template string and do all that stuff. We can just put it right here and it would work. So go back to the home page and we'll start popping in the props. We have the avatar, and the avatar would be post dot profile pic. Email would be post dot email. Image would be post.image, and this equals to name would be post.name, tweet would be post.tweet, ID would be post.id, and likes would be post.likes. And we're having an error for this likes. It's probably because we didn't name it likes, but we need it like. So change this to likes. Now remember the explanation I gave about this invalidate, so that when we click on this button, we invalidate the data and refresh the load function. Well, for the invalidate to work, we have to depend on this same value, which is post. So we have to go to the load function, which is here, and we have to depend on the load on that same value. So we can say depend, and the depend is going to be from depends with an S, and this would be from here. So we just destructure that, and you can get depends, and yeah, the same name. We must put the same name to work. So we'll say posts, just the same way we added posts here. So it will invalidate this certain load function. When we run this invalidates here, meaning to just refresh that load function. And now for this app to work without any error when we run it, we have to fix this part. So this is because of we are going to be fetching data from the server load function as well. So this way we can have a plus page.server.ts. We can also have a plus layout.server.ts, and that's going to be for this layout file here. So create that inside here, inside the app directory, say plus layout.server.ts. Now we can run our into emit. It will be kit load. Get rid of this part. All we want to do here is basically get the user. So let's get the user's information, and we can have a function here called get user, and it's going to be asynchronous, and going to accept one parameter, which should be the user's ID. So we'll say UID. It's going to be string. Now we can put our try and catch block here. We can just say so, and I'm turning this to E. Come inside our try block, and I want to create the doc ref. Doc, and then DB. Now I want to get the user's collection, and remember, import this as well. And the third argument to be the UID that we are getting from here. After that, I want to get the snapshot, so we'll say doc snap be equals to await get doc, and we'll put the reference to doc ref, and now we'll return the value. Return doc snap dot data, and you might have noticed now here that we are not actually using TypeScript the way we should be using it, and that's because I'm trying to make this as plain and as easy as possible, so that the guys that don't use TypeScript, that use JavaScript, would be able to follow along without any issue. So I use TypeScript for just the simple things like argument types and other things, but I'm not really creating interfaces or any of those things. And if there was an error, we can just throw error. The error will be coming from SvelteKit, And remember, the first thing will be the error code. The second would be the message. So we can say error occurred. Remove this E from here. 2R. And now we can return. We can return this get users function. So you can say return user would be get user, and remember this expects one argument, which is the UID. Now, how are we going to be getting the UID? Well, it's actually very easy. We can get the UID from the session cookie, but we're not doing it here. We'll be doing it in a hooks file, which is some sort of middleware, so that we can get it all over our application and we can do server-side authorizations as well. So to have these hooks that we spoke about, you're going to have to create a hooks file. So in the root of the SRC, create a file called hooks.server.ts or JS if you're using JavaScript. So we'll say hooks.server.ts. And hooks with an S. I want to create an undo hook, so we just export const undo and make it equals to a sync. This is going to be a sync function here, and then we are with satisfy. Undo, and this undo is going to be a type from SvelteKit. So we want the undo type like this. Now this is for the people using TypeScript. If you are using JavaScript, you can completely ignore this part and bring this outside of these brackets here. So in here we can destructure two things. From here we can destructure the event and then the resolve. So you can say event and resolve. Now the first thing we want to do is get the cookie. So we'll just say const session cookies is equals to event dot cookies dot get the cookie set, which was this. Now that we've gotten it, we'd want to verify that cookie. So we'll say try and catch block. Turn this to E, and in the try block we can now do this const decoded claims is equals to, I'll wait. Now I want to use the admin auth one more time, so say admin auth, import that, and this will give us the verify session cookie function. So we'll say verify session cookie, and then I'll put the session cookie in here. Like so, and I put this apostrophe right here to let TypeScript know that this would not be undefined at any point, so it doesn't show any error. Now that we've added the decoded claims, we can set the decoded claims to the locales. So we can say event dot locales dot user ID, and this is what we want to store the UID as. So user ID will be equals to decoded claims dot UID, and here we remove the user ID for some reason, I don't know why. like so. And this will be throwing this error, this types with error, because of property user ID does not exist on type locales. So for us to make this exist on type locales, just go to a certain file that's provided by us to us by SvelteKit, this app.d.ts. Go there, and now we can add the interface for the locales. So we can uncomment this, and we can add the user ID and say this would be string. Now we don't have any error, and if there was an error, we just want to set the user ID to null, so equals to null, and this would probably throw an error as well because of we set the user ID to string. So we'll come back here and say string or null, and that should be okay. And if there was an error, we'll just return the resolve. So we'll say return resolve, and in there we'll put the event like so. Now outside of that block, we can just return basically the same thing. That's why if it's successful, we'll say funds res is equals to await resolve event, and we can return res. This is basically the same thing with this one up here, just do it in a different manner. So now we'll have the user ID in the locales and the load function. So if I go back to my plus layout.server.ts and come here, and I can structure locales. When we get locales, I can put it here. I can say locales. Nope. I can say locales dot user ID. As you can see, we have the auto completion. What we can also do here is check if the user is logged in, and the way we do that is by checking if the user ID exists or if it's null. If it's null, then the user isn't logged in, and we will prevent them from accessing this page. But if there is like content inside here, that means it has gone through this hook stage and it has been checked whether it was verified, and it has been verified, and it will have been sent to the locales as the user ID. By the time it gets to that stage, you know that the user is logged in, and will allow them access this page. But if not, they won't be able to access this page. The way we easily do that is redirect them if the locales.userid is undefined or null. So we can just check if locales.userid and put apostrophe here, so we check if that is null or falsy. Then we'll just throw a redirect. We'll say throw redirect. The first thing will be the status code. We'll say 303. The second is the URL, which should be the login page, like so. And right now, I've written a lot of code that are actually checking our application, so I'm just guessing that there will be a lot of errors. So let's check it out, and yeah, we're having a 500 internal error. Let's refresh and see what happens. Okay, we have redirected to our login page. Let's log in and see the way that goes. And if an error occurs, please don't be surprised. It's very much expected, given the fact that we've not even been to the page for some while now. And checking if it will redirect us, and it doesn't redirect us. That's because an error occurred. Now let's debug. Let's check for the error. We open our terminal and we'll just check. So Firebase ID token as incurrent AUD. That's the audience. Alright. So if you are getting that certain error, what I want you to do is to go back to the Firebase admin file that we created, this one, and just wrap this initialize app in a try and catch block. Firebase has some of these issues sometimes. A quick way to fix it is just add it in a try and catch. If there's an error, it comes here. Sometimes it tries to initialize the app twice because we are initializing an admin app and also initializing the client app as well. So that's where some issues might come from. But after that, we'll just have to continue. Now, what you want to do is, before we test the app one more time, we're just going to add something here. So we are using locals.user ID a couple of times here, and we can make this code a lot neater by just refactoring this and saying const user ID is equals to locals dot user ID, like so. I always miss the S in this const every single time. Now we can have this user ID represent here. So I've changed it here in my if statement, and I've changed it here in the get users argument. And one other thing we can do is to just pass user ID as well, so we can have a quick reference to the user's ID. So we'll just say user ID. And mind you, the fact that we are actually fetching this data in the layout load function, we have this data available for us throughout our application, so we can get this data and this users information as well throughout our application. We don't actually have to use any state management, any complex thing like that. We just have this data available for us for every page in this app directory. So I'll go back to the page and I'll try to explain some things. So as you can see, we're having this data.user ID, and we are getting it from data, which is getting it from the server. So this particular data now would not just get the data from this page.server, which is this post. It will also get it from this layout.server as well. So we have all those data readily available for us. Yeah, so as you can see, if I just over this, you see we have the posts, the user, and the user ID. The post is from the page.server.ts, while the both of these, the user and user ID, is from the layout.server.ts. So no matter how deeply nested we go, we'll have this user and this user ID, and that's just awesome. So, and that's basically what we did here that I said I was going to explain later on. And for this place, we can just replace this, since we have the data.user ID as well here. Now we can test the application. It fits and hope that it works. Just refresh. And now let's make a tweet. So I'll say first tweet, and I'll click on the post button. Prove for me. And yeah, it works. As you can see, it brings out the tweet, brings out my avatar, brings my name, my email, and the tweet there. So that's wonderful. And for the sidebar, I want to show you guys one super cool thing about Svelte and Svelte stores. For the sidebar that we have here, this is static information. We hard coded this. Now we want to get this data for the sidebar, so I'm going to go for the sidebar component. Now this sidebar is not a page, right? So we don't really have a clear way of getting the data from the server. We can write export data here, because this sidebar is not a page, it's a component, it's a Svelte component, but we still have access to that data as well with the page store. So we can simply just say, this is going to blow your mind. So we can come here and just say page, and this would be auto imported from us, which is from the app store, like that. And since it's a store, we'll just have to auto subscribe to it with the $sign in front of it. And as we can say dot data, then this data has access to all of this data that we fetched. So we can say page.data. Then what do we want? Well, we want the user, And if you remember, we are fetching the user and the layout that server load function. So as you can see the user here. So we want to get that, and this user would have the user's name returned for us. So just put name here. But the same thing would be very similar for the email address as well, and for the user's avatar as well. So here we'll just change this to email, and we'll go to the image here, to the src, and change this to profile pic. We'd have to get rid of this other one we have here, so just pop out this, and this should work as well. So let's check it, and as you can see we have that data right there. Just wonderful. Now we can actually add more to it. So I can just put gibberish here, and it posts it, and then it reloads that load function, so it makes our data current. And as you can see, we can actually post an empty data because the button is disabled if you don't have a tweet in the input. So I can post that as well. We have that added. Now let's try the image functionality, which is the part that I'm a little bit skeptical about, but let's see. We'll click on it, and we don't have any image preview. Remember, I'll just say I'm happy for this stone, and then I'll post it. And since we're adding an image, it might take a bit more time, but let's see. And it's added, and no image. All right, no image. Let's take a look at that as well. Oh, the issue is that we are not actually binding that image variable to the input, so that we are not actually keeping the image. Yes, we can select it, but we don't actually keep it, and that's the error there. So go back to our code base, go back to that place where we have the input, and what we want to do now is just add an onChange event listener. So we'll say onChange, and on events that this changes, we get our e, and then we want to put inside that image file variable that we created that image that we just picked. So it equals to e dot target dot files, and these files will be an array, and we want to pick the first one. Then we'll say 0 for the first file. And let's check this out one more time. Go back to the browser, pick the image, hope you work, and would post. Come on, and bam, just like so, we have the image functionality working as well. So now let's move on. We don't have any time to waste. Let's move on to this functionality of adding comments and being able to actually view a certain post or a certain tweet. So we'll move back to our editor and we'll go to the post ID folder, and in here we're going to have to fetch data. So remember, when we want to fetch data, we fetch in the load function inside a server file. So we'll create a plus page dot server.ts file here, and in here we'll export a load function. So I'll use my little emit kit load, but it's ready. And in here I can create a function called get post singular. This function is going to fetch a single post for us. It's going to take an ID. This ID is going to be the ID of that post that we want to fetch, and it's going to be an asynchronous function. So say async right here. Now we can have a try and catch block. Try, like so, changes to E, And in the try block, we'll have this const post snap would be equals to await get doc singular, and in here would be the reference should be doc, the db instance db, and this will import from Firebase file. Second argument would be the name of the collection, and this would be post, it's an S, and the third argument will be the ID. So let's say ID. Now we have to import all these get doc and doc as well. They will be imported from Firebase. Now that all the error is gone, and if this was successful, we want to return it. So we'll say return post snap.data. Data, and we'll call it like so. Now if there was an error, we'll also want to throw an error. Throw an error will be coming from Svelte/kit. And remember, the first argument is the status code, which in this case will just say 400. Second will be the message, this an error occurred. And now that we have this get post function, we can just say return, and we'll say post, and it's going to be this get post. And remember, this post is expecting an ID, and the way we get the ID is, let me come back, this part here. So when we click on a certain tweet, the ID is added to the URL, then we'll take the ID from the URL and we'll use that to fetch that certain post data. And the reason why we're having this error is because of we are currently working on this and we've not done with it. So the way we get that params is coming up to the load function with the structure params from there, and we can say const is equals to params. Now here all the names will be here. So we have post ID here. We can just take that and put it inside the get post function like so, and we should have that data available for us, and this should work like magic. Now go back with refresh, and this time no error, but we still are not getting that certain tweet information. So now we'll go back to the post ID page. To get that data, we'll just export let data. Now we have access to that post data, so we can start replacing it all the places here that we need that post data to reflect. We'll come to the SRC on the avatar. We want to change this from this one, put the curly braces there, and we'll say data dot post dot profile pic. So that's going to be what we started with. And here we'll come for the Twitter's name. So we'll say data dot post dot name, and in here it would be the email. Say data dot post dot email. Get rid of this S here. Well, as you can see, we're having a lot of these red lines, and that's because of we are not strongly typing our return data, and we are using TypeScript. And again, I don't want to make this app more complicated than it is by adding types. And I know that with them we should have just used JavaScript, but a lot of tools that we use today are built with TypeScript, and they won't just work well if you are not using TypeScript. So for example, Shad-cn Svelte is built on TypeScript, and if I wasn't using TypeScript, I would basically have to do the manual installation, which is just stress. So it's not worth it. It's better to just do it like this. If you know TypeScript, you can add the types to it. If you don't know TypeScript, you can just use JavaScript, the same thing. In our case, we'll just basically ignore the red lines as well. So in here is where we'll put the tweet. Let's say data dot post dot tweet. This red line is actually really annoying me. I can't survive just saying this. So you can just do this like this, because it says it's possibly undefined. And isn't that supposed to make it disappear? Man, just ignore it. If it doesn't disappear, ignore it. I'm not gonna die. Yeah, we have the tweet, and yeah, we're supposed to add the likes, but again, for now, let's leave the likes. The likes is a bit complex, so let's leave it for now. Yeah, we can also check if there was an image. So we'd say the if block, like so, then data dot post dot img. So if there's something here, just pop in the image tag here and replace the src with data dot post dot img. And we can check it out now. So let's see what we have been doing. And as you can see, the tweet that we clicked on showed. Let's go back to the home page, and now we're back in the home page. Let's click on this tweet with an image, and as you can see, the tweet and the image shows as well. So the next point of focus would be the comments. I'll show you how we can add these comments and stream these comments from the server side. So we'll be fetching the data from the server side and then also adding the real-time functionality as well. So let's see how we'll do that. Come back here, and then we'll first of all want to remove all these tweet cards completely. You know, let's just add one so that we can use that one when we need the comments to be added. So we'll go back to our plus page.server.cs file, and we'd want to create another function. This time it will be get comments function. So just const get comments, like so. And this would also be asynchronous. But before we make the functionality to get the comments, it makes sense to first create the functionality to add the comments, and then we can get the comments and see our results. So that will be far more better. So let's go back to the page, and we are here. So this is the where is the input to add the comments? This is it here. This is where we would be adding the comments. So the first thing we want to do is to bind this to a variable. So give it two-way binding. And if you remember, two-way binding in Svelte is actually very easy. So you can come here, say let comment does be equals to an empty string. Then we can go back down to that input, and we can say bind column value is equals to comment, and just like that we have two-way binding functionality. And the button that will be handling the adding comments would be this button here. So we can come here and say on click. So when you click on this button, you want to add a comment, but you also want to check and make sure that there is actually something that we want to send. So we'll disable this button if we don't have at least one letter in the comments variable. So we just say disabled be equals to comment dot length less than 1, like so. Now I'll come back to our on click function, and we'll put an arrow function in there. The first thing we want to do is create a variable called new comment, and I'll show you the reason why. So we'll say const new comment. Now new comment will literally be equal to the comment that we are getting, like that. And I'll show you the reason why for this insanity. So the reason why is because we want to clear that comment immediately we click on it to give this real-time feel. Well, it is real-time, but we also want to clear the input field immediately. So as we type and click on comments, this disappears immediately because of we'll be seeing that data there. If you don't do it that way, this would not disappear immediately because of, even though it's real-time, it still takes a bit, it shows as real-time, but that data It takes a bit of time. Yeah, it's like a few seconds, not up to a second, I mean a few milliseconds before this text will disappear, and we don't want it to be as such. We want it to go out immediately we click the button. So we can just come down here, and now we can empty that comment. So when we click on the button, we just empty the comment, and then but before we do that, we store the comment in this new comments variable. Now we can do await, and since we're using await, this must be a sync right here. So await add doc, and in add doc, the first argument of add docs is the collection from Firebase next to. This collection is going to be taking two arguments. The first one is going to be DB instance. The second one would be the name of the collection, comments. Now we'll move on. The second argument of add doc will be the data we want to add. We'll have our curly braces here for the object, and the first key here would be content, and the value will be the new comment. Remember, new comment, not the comment, because we've cleared the comment already. The second will be the name, and the name would be from data.user.name. The third would be the profile pic, and this will be from data.user.profile pic. And mind you that we can actually just put the user's ID, the UID of the persons that made this comment, and that way we've linked the comment to the user, so we can get all the user's information just by knowing his UID. But the reason why I'm doing this is because I don't want to have extra layers of complexity in this application and create confusions. So we just add all the data that we need from the user right here. So we don't need to add the whole user UID and then fetch that particular user when we want to get his content. We can just have everything right here for simplicity's sake. So now we come down here and we'll have post ID. Now this post ID is probably the most important one here. This is the way we know that this comment belongs to this certain post or this certain tweet. So without this post ID, we would not know where this comment belongs. So we won't be able to get all the comments for a certain post. So this post ID is going to be the ID of this post itself. And that way we'll be able to link them and then query comments for a certain post. This will be coming from the page store, so we can get the params from the page store. So say page, and then we'll import this from App Store like so. And then remember auto subscription, the $sign in front of it, and then say dot params dot post ID. Like so. And now, so the reason why we did this here is so that we can have that speed that I was talking about. If we had done this, like move this here and wait for this to actually resolve and then do it here and then like empty the post, the comments here, you'll see it's going to have a little bit of lag and it won't feel real time. The data will show real time, but then the comments will still be there for a little while before it removes, which we don't want. So we'd rather store it in a new variable and then clear it immediately. So now we can go back to the plus page.server.ts file and we can actually get the comments now. But this would take one parameter, which would be the post ID, and it's going to be string. Now in here we can just have a array of called comments. So this is where we'll store the comments when we get them. So just create an array here, and now we can query for the comments. So say const q for query, and this will be equals to query, and query will be gotten from Firebase Firestore, and we can just import that. And our query will take two arguments. The first one will be the collection, and in here we'll put the instance that will be db, and after db we'll put the name of the collections, which is comments. Then the second argument would be where, because we want to query for the post ID. So say where, and where will be from Firebase Firestore as well. Post ID is equals to put the comma, equals to the post ID that we are getting here, so that we get all the comments that have the same post ID as this tweet. Now we can say query snapshot, so const query snapshots will be equals to await get docs with an S, and then we'll put the query right here. And now query snapshot will have the data, but we'll have to iterate through that data. So we'll now say query snapshot dot for each little error, like so, and in here we'll get the docs as document, and in the block we'll push to this comments array, comments dot push, and to be an object, and ID would be the doc.id, and then we'll spread the rest of the data, spread doc.data, and we'll call it. And lastly, we'll return the comments, return comments. Now we can come in this return here, and then comma, and then we'll return comments would be just get comments, and then we'll pass the post ID as such. We can go back to our page.svelte file, and now we're going to get all the comments, and now I'll show you how we can get that data from the backend and still add that real-time functionalities to it as well. So we'll just scroll up, and as we have comments, we're going to put another variable, but this time comments, it's an S. So I remove the TS, and now this will be equals to data dot comments, and now we'll use onMount from Svelte. So say onMount, put that from Svelte, and we'll put the callback function in here, and here we want to query basically that same comment. So basically the same thing we had here, we kind of want to do it here as well. So we'll say const q is equals to query, and we can basically copy it from here. We don't have to rewrite it. You can copy this, like that, and we'll import all this. We import the query, import where, and post ID would be the page store. So say page dot params dot post ID, like that. So to fetch data real time, we come here, const, and then we'll create a variable called unsubscribe. And I'll tell you very soon why we are naming it that, but this will be equals to on snapshot from Firebase, and this is what enables that real-time data. So on snapshot, and the first argument to be the query, we should just put Q here. And the second one is the callback function. And in here would be the query snapshots. Say query snapshots. So we can now create an array called let new comments will be equals to empty array. And now this query snapshot, we just have to iterate over it. So query snapshot dot for each, and then here we'll get the doc, very similar to the last time we did it, doc. And here we can now push to the new comment array, dot push doc dot data, like so. So this doc dot data is an object itself. Now we want to replace this comment that we got from the server with this new one that we just have now. So say comments would be equals to new comments, like that. And last but not the least, we want to unsubscribe. So we return and another function, and then we say unsubscribe, and then we call it. This should work the way we expect it to. So we just scroll down, come to this tweet card part. This is where the comments will show. And now we can have the each block to iterate over every comment and render it. So we just say each, then each comments as comment, pop the tweet card inside it. We say likes, that will be for now equals to an empty array. Avatar will be equals to comments dot profile pic, name will be equals to comments dot name, and tweet will be equals to comment dot, remember, content. Now we can check it out, see this. I hope this works, but refresh. And now it works the way we want it to. But let's see the comment functionality and see it work. So I'll say this is a comment. Now I hope this works, and it does. Real time feels beautiful. The feeling itself, the way it feels, it's just very nice. Love this. And I'll post this as well. So as you can see, it's coming from me. You can see my avatar. And if I go to the home page and I click on this one, I shouldn't have any comments for this. And I can create a comment for this. And now I have one comment for this. I can go back, come to this. I don't have any comments here, but if I go back to this, I have a comment here. Exactly just the way we want it. Now for the last part of this application, we want to deal with the likes functionality. And we've been avoiding it so that we can keep it for the last, and now we can tackle it. So we'll go back to our code base, scroll to the script tag, and we'll create a function called handle likes, like so. So first off, I'll show you how to do the likes thing without the optimistic update. Then I'll show you another version of it with the optimistic update. So without optimistic updates, this is how it's going to look. So make this asynchronous. I'll create a variable called postRef to represent the reference. post equals to doc and db, and here we have post, and here we'll put in the page the post ID, which is we get from page dot params dot post ID, and we want to import doc from Firebase Firestore. Now we have an if block, so say an if statement, I mean if data dot posts dot likes dot include data dot user ID. Then if the user's ID is inside this likes array, then the user has liked this post. So that's what we're checking for. So if the user have liked this post, then we want to unlike the post. So we'll do that by saying await update doc, and this update doc is from Firebase Firestore. And the first thing we'll put here will be the post ref. Say post ref. And the second argument is the object. And then we'll say likes. And since likes is an array, we can use the array remove method that is granted to us from Firebase. And we can remove that data dot user ID. We should have imported all of this correctly. Now, if that was not the case, so else, then we want to add the user's ID to that likes array. So we'll say it's basically the similar thing. So I'll copy this. But this time we won't be using array remove, we'll be using array union. So array union as well. So to actually identify when we've liked a post or not, we'll go to this @ button here, this like button, and we want to check if the user's ID is in the likes array. If it is, we'll show @ field. If it's not, we'll just show this @ outline. So we'll just come right here, the if block. What am I typing? If, then I have a little snippet here, data dot post dot likes dot includes data dot user ID. Then I want to put the @ field. So it should be HEARTFILLED, and we just want to add this class to it. Because we want it to be text blue 500 at all times. Make sure this imports, and then we'll have an else part. We'll say else column else, and then we'll pop this one here. Now we can check our web app in the browser. So go to our browser, refresh, and so there's an error, and the error most likely has to do to the fact that when we create a post or a tweet, so let's check out how we create a tweet. Not here. Yeah. So when we create a tweet, the likes is not likes, it's like. It should not be like, it should be likes. So replace that to likes, and go to your Firestore database and just delete all your posts. The fast way to resolve it, delete all the posts, and let's begin over. So let's get rid of this and we'll start by creating a new post. And when we create a new post, we'll try to like, and then we'll see the like functionality. And before we even try to like, we have now hooked that like function to this button here. So we have to hook it. You will say on click and do likes. Now it works. So test posts and with posts, and it works. We'll click it for that post and then we'll make a comment. The comment works, and then we'll click on the like button and we don't see anything here, but we've clicked on it, and let's refresh to see if it actually liked the post. So as you can see, I've refreshed, but this icon didn't change. But let's check our database one more time. Refresh the database. Now it's reloaded. We'll go to the post collection, and we should have just one post. Yes. And then once check the likes array, and then the likes array is still empty, so that function isn't working. Let's check it out one more time. We have it here. Undo likes, scroll back up, includes with an S, then the includes should be with an S, just remember that. And let's try it out one more time. Go back to our app. Would like this, we've liked it. Let's rerun the browser, and as you can see, the icon here is that of the liked icon, and if I click here to unlike it, it will nothing will show, but then we can refresh it and we'll see that we unliked it. So a very more sensible way of doing it would be to use that depend and invalidate that we did for the post. So but that also won't feel fast, it won't feel real time. So then we'll click on it to wait for like probably 2 seconds before it to reflect, but then we won't actually have to refresh it. So that one is better, but the best format to do this is to use something called optimistic update. So I'll show you how to do that now. So I'll remove everything inside the and likes function, and now we'll recreate it. So we'll start off by creating a variable called new likes. So I'll say new likes, and then I'll create a reference. So I'll say post ref. I probably shouldn't have deleted this, but whatever. Doc, then the instance db, name of the collection, posts, and the last one will be the id, which is page dot params dot post id. Make this capital letter here, the R. And now that I've created the reference, we can move on, and we can do those kind of checks. So we can say if data dot post dot likes dot include with an S includes data dot user ID. So what we are checking for here is if the likes as the current user's user ID. That means if this user has liked this post before, then we want to unlike it. So we'd say new likes would be equals to data dot post dot likes dot, want to use a filter method, so say filter, and here we'll just say id, and id that is not equals to the data dot user id. So in this line, what we are saying is the filter method basically is going to return all of the item in the likes array, that it does not equals to the user ID. So we're saying if the user ID is inside these likes, we want to basically remove it. That's what this filter array is doing. It's taking the ID for each, is iterating over the likes array, and it's taking it and then it's comparing it to the data.user ID, that means the current user ID. So if they don't equal, then it passes, then it gets added to this new likes. If it does equal, it doesn't get added to this new likes. So that's what we are doing. So then we'll create an else. Then we'll say new likes is equals to an array. Then we'll spread data dot post dot likes, and then comma, we'll put the data dot user ID. So we'll basically add the user ID to the array, to this new likes array, if the user has not liked the post. So you can see that we are not actually making contact with the likes array at this point. The likes array in the database is not being rotated. We are just rotating this new likes array here. So when all that is said and done, you can just come down here after the else, I'm say data dot post dot likes will be equals to that new likes like that. Then now after all this has been done, we now want to actually update that document. So now have our try and catch block. Say try catch, and in the try block we'll say await update doc, and here will be the post ref. After the post ref, now say likes, we'll just replace the likes with the new likes. So say new likes, and if there was an error, we just console log it. Don't want to do much there. So just like that, and let's see how this goes. So this code should still work the way it is, because of here we are setting the data that post the likes to the new likes, so it should still work the way it is. Let's see. Okay, we're supposed to spread it, so it's the 3 dots, not 2, so we have 2 dots there. Refresh this, save this, and let's see. Okay, now we have the post here, everything is loading. Now let's actually try and like this. So if I click on this, nothing happens. Okay, so let me click on this again. All right, so nothing happens when I click on it. Let's check the reason for that. Go back to our editor and just run a quick look. So this is correct. All right, so this actually isn't correct, and this is why TypeScript is very, very important. So we wrote in codes, like I make this mistake all the time. TypeScript always helps me, let me know that okay, includes doesn't exist on an array. So but yeah, we can just includes like that, and let's check it out one more time. So click, and as you can see, goes immediately, fills real time, and if I refresh this page, this post would be liked, and as you can see, refresh complete, it's liked. If I click on it, bam, it unlikes it. So what I want you guys to do is to try and add the functionality of showing it here, so we can see it here, but try and show it on the home page like here. So let it show here, and also show the number of likes this has as well. So that would be super cool, and you guys can, let me see your approach. You can send the link to your GitHub down in the comments so I can see them as well. So let's just play around a little bit. Let's get another image, right? Anything, right? Posts. So it pops down here. I can click on this, I can make a comment, whatever, bam, goes immediately. I can like this, I can dislike this. Now, before we forget, let's make the functionality for the logout button so that when we click on this logout, we don't just get redirected to the login page, we actually log us out, clear our session cookie and all that stuff. I'll go back to the code base, go to the sidebar. All these red lines seriously irritates me, but let's keep on going. The sidebar, and now I'll create a function called logout. Const logout, and it's going to be synchronous. So we want to await sign out, and this is going to be from Firestore. I mean Firebase Auth, sorry, Firebase Auth, not Firestore. So sign out, import that from Firebase Auth, this here, and sign out. The argument is expecting is the auth instance, so we'll say auth, and remember we exported auth, so we just get it. And remember, it's not this Firebase admin, don't make a mistake of importing this Firebase admin, it's the one we created and we exported from that Firebase file, so we just export. So now it will log us out on the client. Now we also want to log out on the server as well, so we just call await fetch to the login route, and we want to say method would be delete. And remember that we actually have this endpoint already created. So if I go to our server.file, we have this delete endpoint created already that just deletes that session cookie and returns the signs out. So we can go back now to navigate to the login page when we successfully logged out. So we say go to login, like so. So we want to put this logout function on the logout title, the one that has the logout title. So how are we going to do that? Well, it's actually not as hard as we might be thinking of it as. What we are going to do is we can't just put it here, we can't just put it on the A tag, then every single options on the sidebar would be able to log us out, and that's not what we want. So what I will do here is I'll run a very small check. So I'll say if, bring the if block here, check for the title. If the title is equals to not sign logout, so if the sign that is equals to logout, then we know that okay, this is the logout button. So I'll just copy this and put this here. I'll change this from A to button because it's not going to be an anchor tag anymore. Remove this href, and I'll put an on click, and in this on click I'll put our logout function. Then we'll come right after the button closing tag and we'll say else. So column and else. So else we'll put this right here. So to explain what we are doing here, we are going to check if the title, that is the titles that we have here, is equals to logout. If it's equals to logout, then we know that okay, this is the logout button, and then we'll render this button. But if it's not equals to the logout, we just render these it tags as we were doing. So now if I save this and I check this, you see that we have basically the thing looking the same way it was looking before, no issues here. But now if I open my my cookies, I go to application, as you can see we have this session cookie right here, this one right here. If I click on this logout, bam, disappears, is deleted, and we are on the login page. If I try to go to the home page, we don't have that session cookie, we are not logged in, it will throw us back to the login page. And when I log in with Google, Let me log in with a different account this time. We'll choose this one here, this one with the looking green icon. And now we should redirect us to the home page like so. And as you can see, we have redirected. We have Lawal now, not Adebola Lawal, because that was one for the last account. This account is just Lawal. And I can make a post. I'll say this is a post from Lawal. And I'll post this, and you can see this is a post from Lawal and the name is just Lawal. Well, both of these says Adebola Lawal. And the reason why this is not arranged like this isn't coming to the top because we did not set that functionality. Firestore does not automatically just order. We have to order it by ourselves. But that's basically it. We can come to this, create comment, we can like it, so on and so forth. So that's basically the whole build. We are done. That's it. If you liked this video, show me that by actually clicking that like button. If you have any questions, let me know in the comment section. This video has been crazy long. I'm crazy tired. I want to go and sleep. Thank you all so much for getting up to this point, and I will see you in the next one. Bye bye.